Here.
Select. Yes.
Here.
Regina Eckert,
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford, Board Member Will Meyer,
Here.
Board Member Shayna Sackett Gable,
Here.
Board President Kwai Telsford,
Here.
Board Member Aaron Vadlamani,
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitledler. That's it.
All right, we would like to invite in the Maplewood Middle School Select Choir, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, my name is Mrs. Bradshaw, and this is the 7th and 8th grade select chorus. They'll be performing a piece called Dreamers, which is by Jungkook from BTS, which the kids like K-pop, some of them. And this was the 2022 FIFA World Cup song. We are dreamers, we make it happen, 'cause we believe it. Look who we are dreamers, we make it happen, 'cause we can see it. It's to the ones that give the passion, respect, oh yeah. It's to the ones that can imagine, respect. Oh yeah, alla ho la da, alla ho la da, alla ho la da, alla ho la da. Gather round now, look at me. Hiya, hiya. Love the old way. Hiya, hiya. If you wanna come with me. Hiya, hiya. Doors open now every day. Hiya, hiya. This 1+2 rendezvous. All invited. This how we do what we do. We are dreamers. We make it happen. 'Cause we believe it. Look who we are the dreamers. We make it happen, 'cause we can see it. Here's to the ones that give the passion, respect, oh yeah. Here's to the ones that can imagine, respect, oh yeah. Alla ho la da, alla ho la da, alla ho
All right, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 3:38 p.m. on September 27, 2024. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tappan Soma, and the Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10:4-12 sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by the NJSA 10:4-12 to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Tuesday, October 15th at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions to Open Public Meeting Act outlined in NJSA 10:2-4 are listed below, and next to each exception is a box that will be marked when the issues to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space where additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any matter which, by express of federal law, state statute, or rule of court, shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public discussion, the nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege, HIP reporting, and personnel. Any collective bargaining agreement or the terms and conditions of which are proposed for inclusion in any collective bargaining agreement, including the negotiations of terms and conditions with employees or representatives of employees of the public body. Whereas the length of executive session is estimated to be 45 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only. Be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that the discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. With that, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session. Did I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Now we go. Board Member Callahan? Thank you. All right. All in favor? Aye, and yes. And now we're going into executive session. Okay, let's make a motion for approval of board minutes for the special meeting minutes of September 10th, 2024, executive session, and regular meeting minutes on September 26th, 2024. Second. Thank you, former Sackett Gable. All in favor? Aye, unanimous. All right. Next, we'll have we'll do the superintendent's update. And first, we'll have the special education audit, and we'll have Patrick Kenoy. And from Bryant, Gemza, Kenoy, and Kozlik LLP. Thank you.
I'm Pat Kenoy, founding partner of Bryant, Gemza, Kenoy, and Kozlik. We are an educational consulting agency that specializes in special education audits. We do everything in special ed. We've been doing this for over 10 years, probably about 15 different districts, as well as follow-ups. Closer? How's that? Okay. Okay, so about a year ago, we were approached that the district was in need of an audit. We came in over the past year. We did the rather in-depth review. It lasted pretty much from November through June, going into a lot of depth. So if you look, let's go. Okay, so the task was to examine all areas, to really look at a comprehensive view of the special education department, going through everything in terms of files, in terms of state compliance, the referral process, you name it, we looked at it. Now, we looked at the files in a couple different ways, both electronically and physically. We looked at patterns in terms of classification and placement. We looked at the curriculum and program effectiveness, how the students were doing. We did surveys for parent satisfaction, staff satisfaction. We reviewed all the files. We observed classes, and we looked at the different kind of statistics in terms of classification percentage of students placed outside the district, how they did in state testing, et cetera. So, first of all, I want to commend the Board of Ed and the superintendent. Dr. Bing, you weren't here yet, but I'll still commend you for actually being forthright and looking at the process. Because one of the things that's happened throughout the years in South Orange, Maplewood, is there's been a lot of turnover. And I think that's one of the things everyone was concerned about in terms of, well, what happens if you keep having new people in the positions? And how do things get moved forward versus standing still or going backwards in some cases? I want to tell you that you have a very experienced and dedicated staff. Your staff want to do the right thing and want to do well. They're very invested in the district. You rank well within the state. Your special education students do very well above state average. They perform well. Your classification rate's a little high, but that happens a lot. Okay, so there's a commitment to doing things in the least restrictive environment. I lost something here. Okay. Now, the real issue is, though, what is the least restrictive environment? And when you look at that, there's many misconceptions about what the least restrictive environment is. Oftentimes, people believe that the least restrictive means you're in general education classes. And usually that is the case. If you're in general education classes, you're probably in the least restrictive environment. But that's not necessarily the case, depending on what you're doing in those general education classes. If you have a person attached to you at the hip, that's not least restrictive anymore. That's actually the most restrictive. And what I'm talking about is paraprofessionals. There's definitely a need for paraprofessionals, and there's now a process, I believe, to assign and fade paraprofessionals. But what's been going on over the years here is that paraprofessionals are assigned to help students, and they stay with the students year after year after year. When you look at paraprofessionals, they should be looked at in the fading process. You bring a paraprofessional in to help the student get through the things they're looking at and move forward within the curriculum. Because that's what all students should be doing, is moving forward within the curriculum. As time goes on, there becomes very much of a dependency on an adult with you. That makes it much more difficult for the student to move forward in the curriculum. But we'll get back to that shortly. The biggest thing, and we'll go through some of the things here. You've got good programs. You have the full gamut of programs. So you have all the opportunities to do least restrictive. You've got classes in autism, multiple disabilities, learning language, emotional regulations, preschool handicapped. You've got all the classes you need. Now, the placement in them is something that you got to watch in terms of when the student goes into classes, what they do in those classes, how they are from the classes, and how they move forward curriculum-wise. You've got in-class support and pull-out resource. In-class support would mean that you have 2 teachers in the class for that particular subject or area, both a general education teacher and a special education teacher. Okay. This should help in terms of team teaching. It can sometimes be lead and support. Caution you about lead and support. Lead and support sometimes leads to one student teaches, the other teacher keeps the person on task, which is also how your paraprofessionals are characterized by most of your teachers. They say executive functioning, keeping the student on task, and keeping them in control behaviorally. District-wide multi-sensory reading programs, all the related services that you're supposed to have, you've got all those pieces. As I said earlier, comparison-wise, you're ranking very well. You've got good teachers, you've got good administrators, you've got a great team now from what I can see with the new people you brought in. What you need is consistency. What's happened over the years is that, and parents and the staff all feel the same way, staff retention is an issue. The way you help staff retention is to make everybody feel part of the team. I'm not sure why they're leaving. I have a feeling it's because either they think they can do better somewhere else, which I kind of doubt because it's a very good school district, or they just don't feel like they're invested enough into the program. So you've got a group that have been tenured and here for a long time, and then others that come and go. Administratively, looking back at your person who's in charge of special services, whether it be a director or superintendent over the years, there's been a lot. So the oversight has gotten lost. It's almost impossible to walk in and take everything and bring it back in. And no one seems to stay long enough to do that. So what you really need to do is to have very strong policies and procedures in the department. So it's no matter who is there, they can follow that blueprint and go through those pieces. And that's where you really need that standard operating procedure. You have an IEP program, Frontline. That's the most popular program without the state. Almost, I'd say, over 50% of the districts in the state utilize that program. What that program does is it leads you through the IEP process and writing the IEP. It also has a repository for all the necessary documents that you need for special education. It's not being utilized to its full extent. The repository has almost nothing in it. And the repository should have all the reports, all the documents, everything that you need to support your decisions should be in that repository. We looked in there, found nothing, so we came in and we looked at the files, because if it's not there, it's got to be in paper in your files. Files were in poor order. Again, you don't have the procedure to make sure everything is there to keep them orderly. This is one of the reasons why you didn't do very well in state monitoring. It's also one of the reasons why you end up with lawsuits, because you don't have the pieces to support it. Special education is an area that's so highly structured in terms of code and law that if you follow the pieces, everything will work. If you don't, things break down rather quickly. So you need those pieces. The frontline system can do everything for you, but it's, I don't want to say garbage in, garbage out. How about we say highly important information in, highly important information out? Let's look at that direction of it. But basically, it's what you put into it. It asks all the right questions. If you look at the IEPs, the answers that are taken verbatim out of the system are correct, but that doesn't individualize things in the proper way. You still have to know the student. You still have to put the pieces in for that student. You still have to substantiate everything you do. You have to show why the student is classifiable, what classification is required and how to meet that criteria, what program is needed and why you're doing that program. Too often in special education, and not just here, I can tell you in many, many districts, most districts that we look at start out this way. The classification happens and they get a program. The program is a stock program. Do you get, oh, you're going to get resource room for this. You're going to get in-class support for that. But each part of those pieces has to be substantiated as to why and what you're going to do differently in that program versus the general education program. Because a large majority of special education is good teaching. And what the IEP does is it outlines how you're going to teach well and what you're going to do. It takes that student's needs and transforms them into what they will get in order to move on in the curriculum. That's where the piece you got to work on with that. Paraprofessionals, we started out earlier, and let a little mention of, but you have a large number of paraprofessionals. Most of the reason is there's no criteria for how you get a paraprofessional. No one seems to know it. We've asked. We asked administrators, we asked teachers, we asked child study team. There's no really set procedure as to what requires a paraprofessional. Now, I guess around May, your assistant superintendent at that time did have a form, and we saw it. And it's a form that in terms of how you analyze and look for a paraprofessional. It's a good form. We could not find any evidence of it being ever completed. So that's the kind of thing, that the oversight that has to start. She was starting that at that point. She's now gone. So now the next person, who seems like a very, very good assistant superintendent, looks like he'd be very, have a good way of following her. She has to now incorporate things. But they have to be incorporated. You have to get those procedures going. If you don't do that, you're just going to have people becoming very dependent on others. Tell you a quick story about paraprofessionals and where they can be a detriment versus a positive. After I retired as assistant superintendent, I worked a little bit for Marshall and Joint Commission as their assistant superintendent. And there I started an over 21 program, so that students that needed programs beyond the 21st birthday, which is when public schools finish, would be able to have a program to do something and move on. What we found was none of the people in the program could go in unless they could have at least a 3-to-1 ratio, 3 students to 1 adult. Not one agency would take a child, or at that point really an adult, unless they could handle 3-to-1. So all the students that were leaving public schools at the age of 21 that had an individual aid didn't qualify for a program. They all went home. That devastated me. That's when I really started talking about, let's really look at what we're doing to some of these students when we're putting a paraprofessional and saying, you can only function if this person tells you what to do 24 hours a day. Now, many of those students had to work their way into getting into a program. It took 2 or 3 years. Some of them never got into a program. But that's when I started really emphasizing you need to look at what a paraprofessional does and how we fade them out. The other piece is out-of-district placements. Out-of-district placements are there for one reason only: if you cannot educate the child within the district. So if you had no programs, if you only had Resource Center, for example, you might have a lot more out-of-district placements. You've got all the programs. That's the only reason for a specialized program that you can't do here. You have autism programs. You have multiple disability programs. You have the programs. Matter of doing the correct placements and looking at why the child needs it. Now, there are students that need an out-of-district placement, don't get me wrong, but it's a small percentage. And from what we looked at in terms of the out-of-district placements in this district, quite a few were initiated by a parent, which is fine, but child study team didn't see the student until after they were placed in the program. That can't happen. It's a team approach. Everybody has to come together. First, you have to look at what you're doing in the district. What can't you do in the district that the child needs? And going through that. So it's another process. You need to have a set criteria as to what's the procedure for placing a child anywhere, whether it be resource center, self-contained classes, out-of-district program. There has to be a criteria for what you're looking at. And the criteria is in the code. It's all there. You just need to follow it. So that's the second piece. Professional development, that tends to be a recommendation every time because everybody needs it. But where I would suggest it here was definitely for the child study team, because they need to learn the system better, how to do the front line, what's needed, how to individualize the program, how to write a present levels of educational performance and functional analysis. You have to have that there. That's the core to an IEP. That's how you show what the child needs, what they have done, what you have tried. Now, in that same token, when you're looking at 504, many services are given to 504 students that are special ed services. There's a difference between 504 and special ed. There's a reason for that. I believe, if I'm correct, Dr. Beng, you're starting a program of a multi-tiered approach and looking at understanding by design. Excellent. So that's where you need to go with 504. 504 is accommodations. Special education is services. So if it's an accommodation, that should be a 504. But looking at services through 504, that's a rarity. Shouldn't be an all the time. Let's see, what else? Oh, so the other thing I would suggest is, besides professional development for child study team members, teachers, the best way to have a child in the least restrictive environment and make the most progress is in general ed. There's no doubt about that. General ed will give you the best teaching 90% of the time. You might have to support that, and you should support that. But one of the ways to do that is you need to look at what the general education teacher can do for a special education student and what they can't. And is there something we can teach them to do, or is there something that someone else has to do with them? And you can do both of those through in-class support. You can also do it through support services. Okay, there are different ways. But if I walk into a classroom and they have 2 special education students in that classroom, I should be able to look at that lesson plan and see those 2 students' names and what we have to do differently for those students in that lesson. Because whenever we're planning a lesson, we're planning for the class. I need to know this student here or that student there needs to have things reread, or needs to have this pointed out, or needs to hear it in a louder pace, or might have to repeat, whatever. Whatever you need to do differently should be in that lesson plan. So what I would suggest, and usually works very well, and I did ask a couple of the principals about this, and they don't seem to have it happening right now, is think about cross-observations. Instead of having all the special education teachers observed by the special education professionals and all the general education teachers observed by the general education professionals, cross them. If you have an in-class support class, maybe the special education administrator should observe the general education teacher, and vice versa. If you're in a resource center class, general education teacher do that, because what you need to do is make sure you've got that connection between general education and special ed, because it's the same curriculum. There is no special education curriculum. It's one curriculum, just a matter of how we teach it. Let's see, is there anything else I wanted to go into? One of the other things that seems to happen is that you sometimes get students that hadn't even enrolled in the district yet, but they bring lawsuit against the district that they live here and they want to be placed in that district placement that they've already chosen and placed the student. Happens everywhere. What you might want to think of doing, and many districts have started doing this, is having re-registration every so many years. Because people come in, have it, then move out. I can tell you 15 years ago I had it happen, back then, where someone would live in a district, okay, classified, went to a program, and then what tends to happen is you kind of lose touch with that student sometimes when they're out of district for multiple years. Parents sometimes move to a different district but never tell you. The bills keep coming, but the parents are not paying taxes in your district anymore. So it's a lot of things you just basically need to clean up. You've got a great district. You just need to clean that up and retain more people to keep them going. Questions? Yes.
I guess I'll ask a question. One of the things that you mentioned, well, first, thank you so much for the presentation and for the audit. I know that was a substantial amount of work. One of the things that you mentioned was just this idea of a strategic plan. Mm-hmm. And so based on the information that you have and where you think we are, to incorporate all the recommendations, do you think that strategic plan is a 3 to 5 year window?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
but closer to, I guess it's like, do you think it's 3 or do you think it's 5?
Oh,
like
okay. Well, it depends on how much you can do in 1 year.
Sorry, that was, yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying. It can definitely be done within 3 years. The ticket is creating the model and then following it. Because once you've got it out, you're going to get some pushback because people don't like change. So what happens is the people that have been here for a while say, well, that's not the way we do it here. And the new people are like, well, I don't know, they told me to do this. That's where you're going to get the biggest pushback. But once you've established that and you create this as a community, then here it is. Here's what we're going to be doing. This is the way we are doing this. This follows all the compliant regulations. And this also helps you to teach the students, which is what you want. And I do believe your teachers really do want your students to progress. I mean, they are very dedicated. They've just been kind of let loose a little bit. They need to be brought back in. So, but yeah, I think 3.
Backing off of that, so do you think that step 1 is really like the paperwork piece of it and the inputs into frontline?
You need an operational manual.
Yeah, standard operating procedures.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I have a number of little questions on things, but I think one big one is, in looking at this audit and talking to some people who have connection to special education systems here, I think one thing I heard from some folks is, look, we'd love to be able to get all these things done, but realistically, with the staff and the money we have, there's a lot of these that feel like niceties that we'll never be able to accomplish. What is your view as far as what resources are needed to provide to our special education infrastructure to be able to actually achieve all of these things?
Okay. Well, the first is creating that standard operating procedure. That can definitely be done with the people you have. Looking at that, going through the code pieces, I could probably even send you some models for it that you could use and work off of that. But it's got to be something that everybody here believes in, because otherwise that's not going to work. So you can make it a team effort. Look at those pieces, make it South Orange Maplewood. Okay, you've got the basic, now you change it to the way it becomes yours. That's the first step. Second step is many of the resources that are being, that taking up most of your budget now can be redirected. The money you're spending on services in 504, you get no reimbursement for that. 504, you don't get any aid. So when you move that back into general education, those resources then go into special education, which is where they are coming from. Then you start getting reimbursement again. So you will get state and federal money for those pieces. Second thing is your paraprofessionals. Looking at the number you have and how they've been assigned and looking at the IEPs, now it would take a lot more to look at to see how many of them, which ones are really ready to go, which ones are not, et cetera. But you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. You contract out for your paraprofessionals. So every day, every hour that paraprofessional works, it's going. So that's a lot of money. And when you start bringing the things together and saying, okay, now we got the procedures, you don't want to take anything away from someone who needs it. What you want to do is give the people that need it what they need. And the extra things you were talking about, those are extra things that don't necessarily have to be utilized through monetary means. Working with other teachers, teaching them different operation procedures, different strategies, giving them a larger toolbox, lets them to teach more students. So yes, I think that's how you'd have to do that.
I guess one question I have is how best do you think the board can support these efforts in terms of, I guess, providing oversight and, I guess, any sort of, support for the ensuring that we can move forward?
Well, I mean, from working with Board of Educations for the last 25 years, to me, what a Board of Education can do is to support the superintendent they hired and the people that he hires. So having those people work and explaining things to you and actually also doing professional development for parents so that they understand why the things are happening. The job of a board pretty much is hire your superintendent and support him. that's the superintendent gets all the hard stuff. So, but that's what I was saying. Consistency. Yes.
So one of the things that concerned me the most in the report, which I read the whole report, is that parental concerns were either scarce or absent, in the sense that that's like a statement that's put out there. Is that how can we ensure, or what guardrails can be put to ensure that we follow our own processes and parents are not left out of the whole equation, especially when it comes to information, correct?
Well, once you've created that operating procedure, then it gets disseminated down. So what I would suggest is you get your special education department together, start out with a model procedure, and then go through it with them. Have them do it over a couple of days and look at every single piece of it. Because then what's going to happen is you can say, okay, we're going to follow this procedure for classification. And some of the child study members say, we can't do that. No, we got to do it this way. Okay, let's talk about it. If we're looking for this, let's go through this piece. Let them buy in, let them say their piece. Because they might be right on some things, and some things might have to change off of your standard piece and make it something, tweak it. Give an example of the observation process. A few years back, everybody had to go to some new observational process, whether it be Danielson or the different ones. Where I was working at the time, we felt we could do it better, but we still had to take that model. So we took Danielson, and then we went through all the different pieces, and we, quote, at the time, Livingstonized them, I called it. You make it yours. That's what you do with your operating procedures. You get the pieces, you make them yours. What works for your community? What kind of special things does your community need? And that's where you work off that. Once you get that buy-in, I can't tell you how much that buy-in is needed. Because right now, in interviewing your child study team members, they're not bought in. They have their ideas of what they need to do, and they're different depending on what school you're in. Your principals need to buy in. I'll tell you right away, the biggest person that's going to keep you from getting rid of your aides is your building principals. They're going to want those aides to stay. So it's got to be, okay, well, what are they doing? And how can we accomplish that? Do we actually need them here? How can we do that? How do you make your resources work for the best for the district? Does that explain that? Okay.
Hi,
Yes.
thank you so much. So we've talked a lot so far about the role of, I guess, our senior leadership, the board, CST teams, but what we haven't spoken about enough yet, in my opinion, is our teachers, right? So we talked about it from the perspective of needing professional development, and certainly that they're really strong in what they're doing in classrooms, but they bring probably the most robust institutional knowledge and direct student impact perspective. And so I'm curious, from your vantage point and your experience, how can we leverage our teachers as we look at the creation of new SOPs and kind of making all of these improvements in our department?
Well, I'm guessing that you could probably already identify the general education teachers that are strong with special education students, because they're the ones that get them all. The ones that aren't so strong don't usually get those students. Okay? And same thing with your special education teachers. The thing is, there's where your teams come in. And what I found is the in-class support teams are the ones that can work the most for you in that way, because they already understand in a lot of ways what the two parts are and how they can marry together. So getting your teachers together with that, again, making them part of that piece. The general education teachers, when we interviewed them, said that they really had no idea, for example, of how paraprofessional was there. They had no input into classification processes or declassification processes, but they had a lot of input in terms of what modification was needed in their classroom. That's good, because that's what you want from them. But bringing them in together, see, special education is one of these mystery fields that everybody knows it's there, but nobody quite knows how it works. So as soon as somebody tells them that, they just believe them. Well, sometimes they're not telling them the truth, or they're telling them their truth. So getting them is all the process. I mean, general education teachers should be very much involved in special education, because they're the ones that have the content knowledge. When you look back at the education profession in general from college, when you go to college, you're going to be a teacher. Okay? If you're going to be a science teacher, you learn some basic things about how to teach, and then you learn science. If you're going to be a math teacher, basic things in math. If you're going to be a special ed teacher, you learn strategies. You don't really learn much content. You learn strategies. General education teachers tend to learn content, not so much strategies. So that's where you get that blend. When you bring the special education teacher and the general education teacher together, they teach each other. And what tends to happen out of a good in-class support pairing is they both get better. The special education teacher, that's why you want in-class support paired with Resource Center, for example. If I'm in an in-class support class for language arts, and I'm a special education teacher. I'm learning as I'm going with that language arts teacher as well. I'm learning that content. And I'm saying, you know what? They had trouble doing it this way. I think if I did this strategy, that could work for them. And then the general education, she says, you know, that worked. I'm going to do that for all my students. Because strategies for learning work for everybody, not just special ed students. Everybody learns better with the different strategies. So now, as a special education teacher, I take that back to my resource center, and I'm now teaching more content. General education teacher, even when I don't have the in-class support teacher with me, I'm using those strategies with other students because it works for everybody. So that's where I think you use those resources to move everybody forward.
So, quick question. Thank you for the presentation. And for those who are watching, this audit was 58 pages, and I read it a long time ago, so I apologize if this was answered within it. But I'm curious, we have so many programs in our district. I was surprised to see all that we do offer, and I'm curious if you found that some of our programs are underutilized because we have so many students that, to your point, are out of district and are getting out of district when maybe we could have kept them here. So compared to other school districts, would you say that we could be keeping more in our district, or that some of our programs are underutilized, which is a missed opportunity and also a financial hardship for us?
I don't think it's necessarily underutilized, but I do believe you could bring some of the out-of-district students back in the district. The only program I saw that we really felt probably needed to be tweaked a bit was your MD program, great program all the way up. When you get to the high school level, it becomes a catch-all. And the combination of students you have is not the best way to teach any one group, because you're kind of teaching everybody something and everybody nothing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of lost in that. I think you probably want to tweak that a bit. The autism program is working great. You've got a PCBA on staff as well as a consultant that are doing very good jobs with that. Your counseling programs are fantastic in terms of mental health throughout the district. You're doing a great job with that. I think that helps a lot of the pieces. But yeah, I think that you could definitely bring people back, but I don't really think you're underutilizing. What I would suggest is you want to look every year at a projection 3 years down the road. Here's what we have now. Here's these students. What do we think they're going to need next year, the following year, and the year after that? Because what you want to do is you might find that right now I think you're transferring students to programs versus having the programs in the schools. And you do that when you don't know where people are coming from or where they're going. I'll give you a non-special ed example that's easier to understand. Kindergarten. I'm guessing that every August you have parents coming in and saying, we need another kindergarten. Our school is going to have too many students in the kindergarten. We need another kindergarten. You never know how many kindergarten students you're going to have. Because unless they've registered in advance, they could walk in the day before school and register, and suddenly you're over that number and need another kindergarten or something. Because you can't go over the number of kindergarten no matter how many staff you put in there. So I used to always say the best thing to have for kindergarten would be a centralized kindergarten. Because they could all come in, doesn't matter how many numbers are, they get split up by them. Put it in one school, have a kindergarten school. It's hard to do when you don't have the building, but that's the way you would solve that. So, but the idea is you need to be able to project. Most of your special education students you're classifying, so you've got them here. You got to look at what's going to happen next year and the year after, and you plan accordingly. You look and say, okay, what is this child probably going to need? How are they doing midway through? When I used to look at scheduling, and scheduling is a nightmare for special ed, but it's the most important piece in terms of getting everything together, looking at the scheduling and seeing what you need where, and what a student needs, and how you can prepare them for that next school, or if they're moving. But you try to keep students in their home school, because those are where they're going to have their most interaction with their peers, because that's their neighborhood. And I know you made a big process last year, I believe, of going to neighborhood schools and what they're going to be. I seem to remember lots of talk about how many miles it was to the school, and if you were cutting through yards or going around streets or whatever. So you did a lot of investment in this. Let's try and go with that. But that, yes, I think that's what you need to do. Yes. Okay. Go.
I mean, just like we do a physical kind of annually, many of us do that. I mean, how often would you recommend we do an external audit like what you've done? I mean, I understand you're selling your own businesses and, you're obviously going to say every 6 months, but what is a good time to kind of do this? Good cadence.
Honestly, we have too much work. I turned down 2 districts already this year. I suggest every 5 years, because that gives you enough time to make the changes you need, and then we come back and see what has happened. And we've done 4 districts already where we've done them 2 or 3 times, but over a 5-year period. I usually suggest. Sometimes if a lot of things have changed and they ask us to come in earlier, we'll say, okay. But in general, I'd say 5 years gives you enough time to make the change so we can see what's happened. Have you followed the recommendation? Do you need this? What's happening now? Are you where you want to be? That's what I would recommend.
So one piece I was wondering is, we talk about developing an SOP, and we're doing a lot of that discussion right now across every area in the district. We had an interim assistant superintendent of special services, maybe 3 leaders back, who had created an SOP, and then I think as other leaders cycled through, it went kind of on the wayside. I don't think it was carefully followed. I'm not sure there's a good answer to this question, but what practices can you recommend for making sure that after we invest the time in developing, these are the best practices? This is how we, make sure we're tracking every jot and tittle, that we're actually continuing that practice even when it becomes difficult.
About, too long now, 15 years ago, the organization I was president of, the New Jersey Association of Pupil Service Administrators, the Directors Association, we created a child study team manual that was adopted by the state. It's been revised multiple times. I'm old, so it's been revised multiple times since then to move towards the future. But it still exists, and it's still free. If anybody's part of that organization, which usually your assistant superintendent probably would be, you get all that for free, and you can change it to where you have it. But once you've got it, and it stays in 2 offices, assistant superintendent for student services and the superintendent, it's there. Everyone should have that thing. You can give it to your principal so they can see those pieces as well, but that would have all your forms in it. That would have all your procedures in it. It's all there in one document, and you write South Orange, Maplewood, Child Study Team Manual, right on the cover. Here it is. And that's what I would suggest. Okay.
Have you seen a lot of homegrown paraprofessional programs in the districts that you've worked with, and what has the success of those programs been?
Yeah, it's an interesting comparison when you look at homegrown versus hiring an agency. Personally, I always look to homegrown, because I think then you know the people you have, you're hiring them, you're doing it. But then you're also talking about how are you going to set it up, because the biggest problem with homegrown is you're paying for benefits. So unless you consider the hours, how are you going to do that? Benefits are more costly than the salaries. If you look at a normal salary, it's roughly just under 50% of what the total cost is. So it's hard. You have to really be careful with those. By the same token, when you're looking at agencies, you're still paying for the benefits. You're just having the agency run it, because they're hiring the people, or they're hiring them to have time with making sure they have just under the amount of hours. I always believe you can do better if you do it yourself, because you can make it the way you want it to be for your students. But again, just be careful. A lot of it is scheduling. A lot of it is looking at those pieces. You tend to get more in-town people working as paraprofessionals when you do your own. That's a 2-sided street. It's great because they're invested, but it's also, I'm entitled. So there's pieces to both. I don't know, I guess it really comes down to which one works better for you. What always worked better for me was homegrown, so.
Great. So we've talked a bit about the child study team itself. As you know, we're working on SOPs for a number of things, and that is definitely on the radar in terms of just having a handbook, having a manual, and cleaning up those practices. One thing I did want to note is that that is another area of our department that has suffered pretty tremendous turnover over the last couple of years. And so one of the potential reasons, right, is caseload size. We have a number of our CST members who are carrying caseload sizes that are, upwards of or around 60 students. And so I wanted to get a sense from you, because you have insight into other districts. What are the trends that you see in New Jersey in terms of caseload sizes for CST members? Is there, a normed number that you would recommend where you see folks be most successful in their role, successfully case managing students? And then any tips or tricks that you could provide just in terms of things that you've seen folks do successfully in other districts with kind of managing caseload size and planning for that with any forecasting strategies too.
A lot of that depends on your population. What I've found throughout is that caseloads tend to be smaller in the elementary levels because there's much more involvement. They tend to be larger at the secondary level, because now they're spread out more. The students have usually been in the program longer. There's, okay, don't take this the wrong way. But classification as special education goes through a grieving process. It's no different than the grieving process for a death. When the child is first classified, you go through all those same stages about what happened, blame, etc. You go through all the stages. So since most students are classified at the elementary level, it takes a lot more support for the parents and the students at that level. By the time you reach high school, parents have kind of said, okay, yeah, I've done my job, take over now. So that tends to happen. And the students have become more independent at that point and don't need as much. So depending on the programs you have, I've seen districts have teachers be lead teachers that help out with some of the pieces like that. That can work if you have the right teachers and you have the right support, but 60 is not overwhelming, especially not in the middle school or high school level. 40 is a nice number for elementary, hard to do. Yeah, it really depends on the needs of the district at the time. One district could have, when I was a child study team member 30 years ago, I had 110. That was back then. This is not now. So it depends on, if you've got your procedures working great and you've become a well-oiled machine and you're addressing things right away and you're not getting called to emergencies every 5 minutes, you'd be surprised how much you can get done and what you can do, and especially if parents understand this process as well. That's why I recommended the parent training. The more the parents understand, the less time you need to explain those pieces of what's going on, and the more parents help as well. It's a group effort. Okay. Wish I could give you an exact number, but
So I guess, I don't know if there's going to be anyone after me, but something that's been top of mind for me is, I think it's clear that we have work ahead, and I do believe we have a real opportunity here with new leadership. We have an incredibly strong CPAC in our town. Full disclosure, I'm also a special educator, so I get to work with CPACs across the state, and I have to say ours is one of the strongest I know of, so kudos to our CPAC members, two of whom are in the audience this evening. And so with the audit results from this, as well as the federal monitoring, both of which have been embedded into our district goals, I feel that we really are well positioned to make some meaningful progress. And so I wanted to take some time. I know you had mentioned some positives, but if you could kind of drill down on some of the highlights from your visits here and where we have points of strength that we can leverage as we kind of move into this period of growth and really starting to build and improve our program, because we do have dedicated students and families, and I want them to get the recognition that they deserve, and also ensure that we leave here with a sense of hope for the future based on the hard work that we've committed to doing for this department.
Okay, I mean, just looking at the lack of oversight you've had throughout the years and looking at where you've achieved is phenomenal. It's all because of the dedication of the teachers, the parents' involvement, and the programs. Like I said, you've got everything here. Usually I'm saying, okay, you need this, you've got it. You just need to utilize it better. Some of your resources are being put out in the wrong direction. And if they brought back in, you can have a super program very quickly. Your programs are good. I love the counseling piece. I love the way the teachers can work together. You just need more strategies. Yeah, everything can always be better, but you've got the bones. Now it's just a matter of putting those pieces around it. Yeah. Okay.
You know, my final comment on this is that we rarely get to hear anything good about what the district is doing or what the board is doing. So it's nice to hear that we're at least doing something good. Obviously, we need improvement, of course, Gary, given that. But thanks for the feedback, though.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll have the SSDS data.
Hi, everyone. Okay. All right, you're going to miss me saying next slide because Keith got me a clicker. I'm very excited. Just to recap on what SSDS is a program through the New Jersey Department of Education where we have to report violence and vandalism to the state twice a year. We do that once from in January, and we use September through December 30th data, and then we do it again in August, and we use January through June's data, and we report it twice a year. We report period 1 from January to June at some point, and then we report period 2. It has to be done from December to January. So that's, September to January. So that's where we are right now. So these are all of the incidences that we would have to report. They are everything from violence, vandalism, substance abuse, all the way to kidnapping. So there's a lot of different things on this list. Our reporting is generally in about 5 categories, which we thank goodness for that. I do want to note that things where students are not identified are not included. So if we don't know the student who, and I'm going to show a slide about this, who did vandalize something, then it wouldn't be included in this system, even though we have a whole procedure on our end to deal with that situation. Okay, so this is, as you know, a lot of slides, so I picked a few to share with you tonight on the data, and the rest is going to be posted online, or else I'd be here till about 12. So this is our overall data for the 2023-24 school year by school. And I want to point out that the high school has the most, and there's also the most amount of students there, and we see less infractions for younger students. So South Mountain and Marshall and Montrose are always going to have the least amount of infractions per school. We also normalize this data so that you can get a better comparison. And we did that per school and then per grade band. Okay. So if we look at period 2, this is all of the numbers that we inputted for each. We had violence, vandalism, substance abuse, weapons, and we have to do every confirmed and alleged HIB. And so all of that is tracked, and our totals are in the gray column. I don't include the alleged HIBs in totals because they were not founded. So these are our total incidences for period 2, January through June. And this is the incidences per grade band. And this is if we normalized that data for period 2. And we still see that elementary schools have the least amount of infractions, which is typical in schools across the country. This is the tree graph for period 2 for the entire school district. As you can see, confirmed HIBs are still the largest amount of infractions. And then we have a graph comparing the grade bands. And HIBs, as you can see on the right, elementary schools, most of the infractions are HIBs, whereas you move to the high school, substance abuse was most of them. And the middle school, HIBs as well. This is HIBs alleged versus confirmed for period 2. There were an increased number of HIBs, as we talked about in our last presentation for SSDS, because of the change in policy. And that is shown here. About 20% of our investigated HIBs were founded. That number generally is between 15 and 23, I would say, over the years. So that's about average. To show you some trends, at the high school, substance abuse accounted for most of our incidences, more than, and then HIBs were next. At the middle school, the largest amount were HIBs, then violence was next. And at the elementary school, HIBs accounted for almost all categories. And again, 20% of our HIBs were founded this year. This is just a note about our vandalism. We do know that we had significant vandalism last year at the high school. Because we did not find out who they were not in this system. However, we did send reports as appropriate to the police whenever that was they were deemed bias. Areas to support, we want to support additional supports for tracking and accounting incidences. We want to make sure that all of our cases are investigated properly. We want to make sure that we're looking at cell phones and how we can support students, because a number of our HIBs are attached to cell phone use. And that's a trend that we're seeing across the country. I know we started talking about that last year, and we're already taking steps to support that. Additional support for substance abuse would be beneficial, and supports for students who engage in behavior that's not appropriate, which requires removal. We want more support for those students. Over the past year, we did recognize that there was some additional support needed for tracking and collecting all of our infractions and putting them into the SSDS system. So we started last year and are continuing this year with support in that area. So the high school is now using PowerSchool to track all incidences. We're moving in that direction for K-8 next year. SSDS training was provided last year in the 23-24 school year to all secretaries and administrators. We did that again in September. I will support again in December, right before we have to input. We created an SOP manual this summer that all of the secretaries and administrators have. We updated the incident report document in the spring of 2024 so that when big incidences go to central office, it's aligned with what information is asked from the SSDS system. And then we have a new procedure for collecting all of that information for the secretaries so that they can properly report out. To me, these are my favorite pages, so I'm really excited about the work we're doing to support our students. So all students in grades pre-K through 9 will receive 5 HIB lessons prior to October 15th. That is today. Students received those lessons last week. So we were super excited. We've always done the Week of Respect, but there was a huge push in pre-K through 12 to do these lessons and to get them done early so that kids have an expectation of what they should do and how they should be upstanders and what bullying is and isn't. Additional lessons on bullying are planned for the fall of 2024. We have lessons specific to civil discourse planned in grades 6 through 12. We know that when students learn to talk to each other with respect, even when they disagree, bullying can decline. We have a new tiered SEL program, which was implemented in 6 through 8 through Wayfinder. So it has a lot of social emotional lessons for students, for all students, but they have just implemented a new counselor program, which gives tiered support for students who need a little extra. So we're really excited about that. Our counselors are already digging into that. We have created a NJTSS support manual. We just finalized the social emotional learning portion of that and are just finishing up the behavior supports so that our administration and NJTSS teams can use that. We have a Tier 2 program for grades 6 through 12. I already talked about the middle school. We also are using 7 Mindsets base program for our middle school. And that is for students who need help in certain areas such as social emotional, self-management, decision-making, so that when a student needs a little extra help, a school principal, a vice principal, a school counselor can provide that support. And in that same program is a new substance abuse support program. So we have a ton of resources now that we didn't have prior to really support our students who are having some issues with substance abuse. So I'm really proud of that work and just some support for our students. We also wanted to just highlight some support for families. So we did start increasing our parent information regarding HIB lessons. So hopefully by Friday, but hopefully before, if you're a parent, you've received some information about the lessons the kids took part in last week. We also are having, we just had our HIB family session for K-5, and we're bringing in some digital citizenship parent seminars so that we can really help families understand the risks, right, that are online when kids are interacting. And also we're having October 24th is our NJTSS night. So families will be able to learn a little bit more about, thank you, NJTSS. Finally, our support for teachers, professional learning, around students who are most likely to be bullied. We included that this year. Professional learning is going on for pre-K through 8th grade around restorative justice. We have a group of 40 teachers and 10 students that are all taking part in restorative justice training this year. We're supporting teachers in morning meeting. And SEL, there are SEL lead teachers in each school that were trained last year, and an NJTSS manual was created, like I mentioned, to support teachers. So that's what we're doing, very exciting. Does anyone have any questions specific to SSDS? Just to remind you, I have HIB after this, so I'm happy to take them now or after.
Thank you, Ms. Wabel. And like you, I love to see the planned pieces of action. That's really helpful. And we saw that at the high school, substance abuse accounted for most of the incidents. In addition to thinking about how to support students, I wonder if you have any thoughts around what else we can do to also support parents in these situations, both on the preventative side, as well as supporting them as they help their children work through these situations. I'm sure they can be really difficult.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we have new students. So when we have a substance abuse, when a student has a substance abuse situation, we work with what we call our student assistance counselors, so our SACs. So we have a new SAC this year, and we're really excited. They should be coming on board very soon. And so once we do that, we really want to look at what are our existing practices and what can we beef up. And so parent communication will be key in that. There's also some parent communication as part of 7 Mindsets. So I'm hoping some of that will also align. And we're also looking right now at what are the outside resources. We've been doing some of that work in SLTs. What are some outside resources that parents can have in the community at large, right? So not everything might come from the school, but there might be other resources that we can reach out to. So we're pulling that all together also, because we're so much better when we all work together. So thanks.
Great, thank you. And to echo what Shana said, those are the most exciting pages, are the how are we moving into support mode and what are we planning for? In addition to the factors that were listed in terms of the substance abuse, I did want to just note this is, as you said, the second, I think, consecutive time that cell phones were mentioned as a factor in our HIB incidents. Last time, we discussed a little bit about our cell phone policy and how it's currently structured as a way for the day, which aligns with our current policy 5516. Beyond policy, though, digital citizenship is crucial, right? It's a hand-in-hand effort. And so realistically, both students and adults need to learn responsible use of technology because it's not going anywhere. So it was really exciting to hear that parents will have this content just in terms of what we internalize, what we model, and how we approach our presence on social media. But could you share any other insights you have into how the district plans to address this beyond just kind of like what we have to mandated through the state kind of address with digital citizenship? Are there areas or places that we could partner and just how to beef that up, knowing that this has, like you said, it's not just a trend here, but really is a pervasive trend in schools for kids today?
Yeah, so I think what's really important is, I look at technology as a pencil, right? It's a tool, and so having those digital citizenship lessons embedded into the curriculum is really important. I know we use common sense media lessons throughout the district, and I think that's really important. But I also think it's really important for our teachers as they are teaching during the school day to bring up conversations about digital citizenship, so that it's just part of our breath, right? And so that it's continued. So that's an area where we haven't started yet, but will be part of next steps, because it can't be an add-on, right? It has to be the way we do things. And so that's an area where we need to look for next. Thanks.
Thanks for that presentation. One question and just one comment. Can you tell us what the trends were with the substance abuse? Was it mostly one substance over another? Are you allowed to share that? I'm just curious what the trending issues are when it comes to substance use in schools. And then the comment I have is something we talked about in CNI when it comes to cell phone use and the Yonder program and how we're going to track success and pull data. I think would be interesting to see I believe one of the middle schools is one of the pilot programs, MMS. So it'd be interesting to see during that time if there is a decrease in HIBs, and that would be a huge success. If so, if the program is long enough, which is it, Mr. Bing, is the Yonder program going to be all year? How long is the pilot for Yonder? It's all year. Okay, great. Yeah, so please track that. Thank you.
Yeah, so our climate teams will track that data. So we already have our climate team is our HIB data team, so we'll already be able to do that. I would say what we're seeing for substance abuse predominantly is marijuana, and I think that's pretty typical. So.
Just to piggyback on what Nubia said, while I totally agree, I think it just will be important for us to note when we're looking at the data that the Yonder program is a parent opt-in program. And so to evaluate the effectiveness of it, we'll just have to kind of keep that in mind when we're looking at the data, that it might have a smaller impact as opposed to if it was mandated. And then can I sneak in another question while I'm here, Dr. Foster? Great. So currently, can you talk us through one of the pieces that you mentioned was about removal of students. So could you talk us through what training and support is available currently for teachers in terms of de-escalation techniques? Are there additional supplemental trainings to what we use with Handle with Care for verbal de-escalation that are available to teachers?
So not that I'm aware of right now.
Okay.
I think part of what we talk about and next steps, we just had our, I train the anti-bullying specialists 3 times a year. And one of the things that we were talking about, and this is specific to HIB, but I think it has broader implications, is how are you interrupting bias in the classroom or microaggressions or things like that, things where students can get heated and escalated, and so that's our plan for our next steps for teachers. Our HIB training is about 2 hours every 5 years. I try and sneak in a little bit more than that because I think it's important. But a lot of that is classroom management, but we are looking for what are some ways we can interrupt things in classrooms so that we can de-escalate situations. So that's part of our next plan, which the ABSs and we're already starting to work on. Thank you.
So I know that for SSDS data, it's often you have the offenders, so then that's how it's collected. Is there a way for us to start collecting data on, when we don't have as clean information? Because that would give us I guess a broader picture, a better picture of what's going on in schools.
Yeah, so I think for bullying situations, we would still input them. So those are all it. Vandalism is one of the few that we wouldn't. So we do track those, and I'm happy to share that information. The other ones, like fights, you generally know who they are, but it was the vandalism one that was the tricky one because it's kind of a ghosting infraction, right? You can do it and just disappear. But yeah, I'd be happy to include that information.
So I have a couple of questions about the HIB portion of this. Are we asking those now, or are we getting to that later? I just want to.
I think that's up to you all.
Well, then I'll just ask it right now because my mic is turned on. In looking at the confirmed and alleged 23-24 period 2, it looks like there was 1 alleged, 0 confirmed for Marshall, which is very different from the rest of the graph. And I wanted to see if there was a particular reason for that. Is that data, or is that like a big difference in the schools? So
Marshall was a K-3 school last year, and so really we're seeing most of our bullying infractions in elementary school in grades 4 and 5. Mm-hmm. And so that's really where I think there has to be there's a level of critical thinking or developmental not appropriateness, but that you really have when you're bullying someone. There's an intent piece. So a lot of those little kid conflicts are, you separate the children, you have a conversation, and it's over. What we're seeing is most students are getting cell phones in 4th and 5th grade. We saw a larger number of bullying situations than I had seen in the past around the cell phones last year in 4th and 5th grade. So what used to be a 7th and 8th grade issue is now going down to 4th and 5th. And so I think that's what you're seeing accounting for that. I think you will see Marshall possibly uptick next year, right? Because they're getting 4th graders and then 5th graders. So I think that's, I will also say they do a beautiful job in culture and climate there, but I think a lot of it has to do with just the grade bands.
Great. And because my mic is still on, let's ask one more thing. With regard to the professional learning and training for teachers, and to what degree are we doing similar training and learning for our other staff? Lunchroom, recess staff, aides, paraprofessionals, et cetera.
So every person that works in the district, even if they're contracted, are supposed to get get our training. So what we do, I actually sent an email out today. Our custodians and school social work interns are all getting the presentation in early November. So we work with everyone. Secretaries have to go to the training because everyone is a mandatory reporter. And so that's really important that everyone gets it. Thank you.
I think I'll just save my question for the next presentation. Any more questions for SSDS data? Yeah.
Thank you. It's actually, I think, quite timely as you talked about Marshall and how it's been K through 3, we could potentially see an uptick. So the normalized data, Tuscan and Delia Bolden stuck out to me. And so regarding the support for the students, is there anything that is maybe more specific to schools, seeing the numbers, seeing all the data that's coming out of there?
So yes, we're going to be working with those administrators. I do think that the rise in some of that was if someone said there was an HIB, there was like a immediate reaction. And similar to a retaliation. Now, we don't allow retaliation, but we have to investigate every HIB. So there was a little bit of that, which seemed to happen at Tuscan a little bit more than other schools. And a few situations exploded into 4 or 5 HIBs. And so that's really what that uptake was. It may have been 1 or 2 situations, but then it became 4 HIBs. Yeah. So I think that was more the issue there when we dug down into that data.
So this is like probably the third or fourth, whatever, 2 years or more that you've come here and presented us data. Can we get all of that data into one table so that we can look at trends across time? I mean, like for example, when you look at a stock and you say, what is the price? You can say, I want to see it for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, max, whatever the max is, right? So that would be, okay, well, okay, then we already have it. But yes, that would be, and the second part to that question is that since it is reported data to the state, why can we not just put the table up on our website and let people do whatever analysis they want and come back to us?
Can I answer that question quickly? There are tables and information for all past data that you would find, but you'd have to go to the actual meeting. But I do think it would be a great idea if we could have a database where you could just easily access that. But yeah, sorry.
Okay. So I can definitely talk to Mr. Bing and Dr. Gilbert and see if that's possible. And also, I know I got a question yesterday. I did include this was draft that you received, so the updated version does have a 5-year analysis for the year, not just period 2, because that was a question that was asked. So that's included in the presentation for you.
All right, we'll go on to the HIB presentation.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I just want to remind you that you will see this very similar presentation again in, these are the grades, and then we have to do it again in May with the same exact information because then it's been submitted to the state and they require us to do it again. So this is the self-assessment. So just a little bit about that. Our climate teams come together in every school. They normally start this work in June and finish it in October. And they assess us on a rubric, scoring 0 to 3 for all indicators around the actual law. So how are we complying with the law? So the anti-bullying self-assessment reviews all of these standards. So programs, approaches, training and policy, instruction, curriculum, personnel, incident reporting, investigations, and HIB reporting standards. It's a total of 26 categories that they assess themselves on, and then they have to put evidence in a folder for every single indicator. So it's a big job, but it's really great because they will see where they need to improve over time because they're able to score themselves on that. So this is just the timeline to say we're going to meet again in May. Okay. So we can give ourselves does not meet requirement, partially meets requirement, meets all requirements, and exceeds requirements. One of our focuses over the last year and a half was to see how many indicators our staff could get a 3 in, and that's because the 3 really means that not only are you meeting, but you're using best practices in the school. So our climate teams have really put a focus on what they can do to change their practice so that they can use best practices everywhere. So that's been a push for our teams. These are our scores this year. I'm really proud to say that a number of our schools got a 78. That's 100. So they've really been working hard at doing that, and our scores have gone up significantly over the last 5 years. So this is a look backward. So our average is a 75. Just pointing out that in 18-19, our average was a 58. So we've gone up almost 20 points in the last 5 years. And our teams have really, really been working hard. So I'm proud of them. Okay. So several highlights and commendations. I always like to go with the good first. So 10 schools increased their scores from last year. All schools exceeded expectations in HIB programming. All schools exceeded expectations in core elements 3, 4, and 6. 11 out of the 26 components, everyone got a 3. For a week of respect, everyone deemed exceeding expectations, which is really great. And this is a low bar one, but everyone went up above and over the 52 that's required. But that to me is a low bar, so. Areas to grow. I did add some areas that we didn't necessarily see in assessments, but I've heard from families and from community. So investigation timelines were not met last year all the time, and we did notice that was due to eliminating preliminary determination. Teachers and staff professional learning around special populations, so we're looking at that. Continue to standardize professional learning across the district so that everyone's receiving the same information. And student learning opportunities needed improvement around HIV. So we've set forth the following goals. And these are broad strokes, so we want to increase protected time for learning opportunities and increase those learning opportunities on school climate, bullying prevention, SEL, and help students who are bullied. So what are those learning opportunities? We want to expand training for staff and teachers around social emotional learning and students that are at higher risk for bullying. That was a real focus area this year. We want to expand learning opportunities for families. And we want to expand training and support for anti-bullying specialists and administrators. So to meet goal 1, we did the 5 lessons during the week of respect, which was early and robust. We have additional lessons being planned for the fall. Around students that are likely to be bullied and how do we interrupt that. Specific time is being set aside for social emotional learning, specifically in grades 6 through 8. And we're piloting several ways to reduce students' use of cell phones, as you know. So in order to support goal number 2 around expanded training, teachers are being given a new HIB training around students who are at risk. Teachers in K through 5 are having training around restorative justice, the restorative justice philosophy. Lead teachers on our middle school are going to have additional training around the SEL resources they just received. We're providing opportunities for administrators around parent collaboration And teachers in pre-K through 5 will receive SEL resources around morning meeting this year. Oh, hold on, okay. For goal 3, really supporting our families and their understanding of our HIB process, we want to continue to provide learning sessions around bullying. We started creating multiple communications for families. That's one thing I think we were lacking is how do we really talk to families? How do we give them information multiple ways around the area of bullying? And again, we're doing digital citizenship parent seminars. Our anti-bullying specialists and administrators also need support and training always. So we specifically did a presentation around students with disabilities, 504s, and ML learners, and how they need to be supported in the investigation process. Our ABSs have already been doing this, but we wanted to increase their awareness and give them more tools to support our students, our most vulnerable populations. We provided training to anti-bullying specialists around those populations. We also did calibration training. So an HIB in one person's school should, if any ABS saw that, they would come to the same conclusion. And then provided learning opportunities for administrators around family collaboration. Week of Respect, as you know, it's last week, we celebrated character education and bullying prevention. And this is just a capture of all of our schools and some things that they took part in, which is really exciting. And now I'll hold for questions.
So I do have one question about, so when we talk about cell phone use, have you found that HIBs occur throughout the school day, or is it something that occurs in the school day, or is it mostly something that happens off campus? Because I know that we're talking about the Yonder program and, wanting to curtail cell phone use. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we see where there is cell phone use, where there are HIBs occurring during the school day and then it continues on, or is it something that continues outside?
So I would say it's predominantly after school. At night and on weekends, but there are definitely points where it's happening in school. But predominantly it's after school, or it continues, or it starts and then it. But a lot of it happens, between 3 and the next day, for sure.
So I'm very happy to see the chart that you have up here that shows all data from 2019 to today. I mean, it would be awesome to see a similar one for the SSDS data. So that way, we can draw some conclusions over time. We can do some longitudinal studies and say, this is why it's happening, or maybe not, whatever the story is. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I apologize, I probably asked this at the May presentation, but can you explain how the self-assessment takes place? As someone who thinks very highly of themselves, how do we make sure, we have, 3 elementary schools that scored themselves a 78, and I'm sure they're doing A+ work, but just the irony that the elementary school that scored themselves the lowest is the one that had by far the least HIBs. Can you explain how it works?
Sure. So I would say, just to be clear, the self-assessment does not, you don't self-assess yourself on if you have HIBs. So that's not part of it at all. So basically what happens is the state in June will send out a rubric. It's about 30 pages. And each indicator, there's 26. There's 26 indicators. Each indicator will say, and I'm gonna give the example of suicide prevention. So suicide prevention is, did you provide suicide prevention staff training, right? And you either didn't for a 0, you kind of did for a 1, you did for a 2, and a 3 you did, and it was by a licensed professional. So it wasn't by me, because I'm not a mental health professional. And so you would get a score of 3 on that one. The same holds true. They break down the entire anti-bullying Bill of Rights law into all types of indicators like that. And so that's what they're scoring themselves on in order to hold accountability, because the state can come in and check at any time. every one of our indicators has to be backed up with a piece of evidence to show that they've done it. And so I collect all of that. It's due on October 29th because I have to push send on October 30th, and I want to make sure that I have all of the information. And so I review all of that. But what we do is if there are areas with high bullying, we will say, okay, is it a particular class? Is it a particular grade? And then we'll go in and say, okay, the administrator's not, what lesson might we need to do? And our administrators, sometimes they just go on and do that. You know, they're really great. They're like, I had a class meeting. I had a grade 4 meeting to kind of help support the whole grade if it's a whole grade issue, or they'll do some supports individually. One of the areas we do need more support in is what do we do with that particular student who was the offender? And so that's where we're really growing some of our work that we're working with so that we can support students so it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Just to build on that, what are our structures in place to monitor what happens after a bullying event, to kind of track what are the inputs, what is the progress that students are making, and ensuring that they do get support after an event on both sides, right? Whether it happened to you or whether, you know, you have some growing to do in terms of how you're interacting with your peers.
Yeah, so I think it's really an individual question, but generally, because our anti-bullying specialists are also our social workers, we have a few different avenues. So students will be given a lesson around whatever the offender will be given a lesson around whatever the issue was. So if it was decision-making, if it was a biased statement, if it was mean words but continued over and over again. So we kind of look at what does that student need. That student might have counseling. They might have a conversation with the principal. We might have a family conference. So it really depends. We might have a social work intern work with them on interpersonal skills or social awareness, right? The kid might not be aware that, like, oh, when I say things like that, what happens to other students? So we really look at those SEL competencies and try and identify. So for the victim, we then look at, do they need continued supports? And what does that look like? So they might just get a check-in. They might have a few meetings, and then we say, all right, you're going to have 4 meetings over 4 weeks, and then we're going to check in and see if you continue to need this. And that's where our social workers and social work interns do a lot of great work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can you speak briefly with regard to goal number 1? The additional lessons are being planned around students who are most likely to be bullied and how to interrupt bullying. As I understand it, that goal is student-facing. So maybe I'm wrong, how does that goal work?
Yeah, so I think, looking at talking to kids about prejudice and talking to kids about discrimination and talking to kids about being kind to one another when there's differences. Students who are more likely to be bullied are, students with disabilities, students who are multilingual learners, global majority students. So we have to be aware of that, and then and specifically, that's across the country, but we're also seeing that here. So we want to make sure that we're providing lessons to our students that are targeting those areas, and also helping students to, how do you interrupt that? So if you see that going on, what are some things that you can say that will interrupt a mean statement? Because not every mean statement is going to turn into a bullying investigation, but how do we get it before it turns into that? So, thank you.
Just to slightly build on that piece of it, I think one that would be, that feels like an excellent one to also turn key to adults as well for a parent learning night in support of making sure our schools are inclusive, right? The more parents have the language to make sure that they can talk about learning differences, can talk about really any kind of differences with their kids and are equipped with that language, the stronger we are at being really preventative and kind of backing up that interruption process. So with that, in the spirit of inclusion, in terms of communication with family, just is there a normed process across schools in terms of how communication does go out around something like the Week of Respect? I know did come up at a recent CPAC meeting, just making sure that all families get the information about something like the Week of Respect. And so I just want to make sure that as we're talking about interrupting it for our most vulnerable students, that our most vulnerable students in classrooms do receive that information so that they then can be also included in all of those activities as well.
Yeah, so we did, and I believe it's the first year because we just created them this summer. So we did a series of 5 letters to families around the Week of Respect. One of the things we're looking to do is expand our ability to provide all of that information in multiple languages, so using s'mores. So I know Mr. Draper and I, he's a big s'mores fan, so I love that. And it has a lot of other accessibility support also. So, but that was our first step in communicating that. We've also normed some of the communication that goes out to families when there is a bullying situation. What information you have to include, what do we want to make sure we hit home? We want to make sure that victims know that counseling supports are available even before the investigation starts, right? That's really important because it might take 10 days for the investigation. I don't want a student not having support for 10. Sorry, you can't see a counselor till we're done, right? We want to get them in if they need it. So those kinds of conversations we're also norming. And we have, over the last few years, we have a 50-page, because I write a lot, manual that includes all of this information, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now move on to district goals.
Thank you, Carrie. Just some quick shout outs. I do want to note that Ace and Oliver did want to be here, but they are at a cross country match, so they could not. So they are mothers, they are fathers, they are friends, mentors, coaches, leaders, community builders, therapists, team builders, confidants, professional liaisons, advocates, and much, much more. Personally, and I also speak for our senior leadership team, cannot express enough of our gratitude for our principals and their tireless efforts and dedication to the district. October is National Principals Month, so we did just want to shout out all the work our principals do on a regular basis and dedication to this district, and most importantly to our children. So big shout out to our principals. We do have New Jersey school boards coming up next week, if I am correct, October 22nd to the 24th, 25th. We have been informed that one of our students, former students, I believe, Lucia Manchester, will have a short film being presented at New Jersey school boards. It'll be part of the New Jersey statewide student film showcase at the convention and workshop in Atlantic City. That will be held on Tuesday, October 22nd, and Wednesday, the 23rd at 10 a.m. The short film will be shown to over 6,000 school board members, principals, school superintendents, and business administrators. So a big shout out to Lucia and her hard work. We do want to also point out that I believe on Thursday, we have been working with the Coalition on Race and also local realtors in the area. And we'll have a meeting with them on Thursday just to discuss the school district and to make sure that the information they're giving to new families moving to our communities is correct and they're well informed. So it's the first time we've done this in quite some time, so I'm excited about that virtual conversation. Do want to point out, and I see Mr. Draper is here, we have been getting, along with many other school districts, not only in this state, but in this country, more cyber attacks. That has been increasing over the last, I would say, 3 to 5 years significantly. For those of you who are not aware, the healthcare industry and public education are the two largest targets for cyber attacks, because often the information that both of these institutions hold is very personal, and about 95% of the time, public education and the healthcare industry will pay the ransoms to get that information back. So I do want to point out the work that Keith Bonds and his department is doing on a regular basis to make sure we are protected. I do receive emails every now and then about emails going into spam, firewalls, and things of that nature. They are more than necessary in the world we are living in right now, and especially for the information that we have to protect as a school district. So I did want to just put that out there, that we are seeing more and more cyber attacks, whether it's Edison Summit, Manchester, Washington, Westfield, Hackensack, all targeted within the last 6 months. So I think this will be a regular occurrence for school districts as we move forward. So our due diligence around cybersecurity and safety will be vital for us moving forward. We are holding our third transportation town hall on October 17th. We've had some pretty good turnout, I think over probably 120, 130 people over the last 2 meetings. So we look forward to our third meetings. What I can see from the emails I'm receiving and conversations with our transportation Essex Regional Commission, I see our incidents have been significantly declining. We still have 2 bus routes that, as I've discussed with the board, we are struggling with. As of today, we've reached out to the bus company again to see if we can split one of those routes. When we tried that earlier in the year, they just didn't have the bus. We're hoping 6 weeks in now, they will have the bus to be able to split that route, which honestly will have a big effect on not only that route, but multiple routes for that transportation challenge. So I'm hoping that will be addressed within the next week. We did have a meeting with Chris Jordan, our transportation person, who has been wonderful. And he also noted that our auditor will also start joining the team, I believe, next week and start riding buses and going to stops as we start looking towards January and really looking at redesigning our entire transportation structure for 25-26. I do also want to note we had a traffic incident about 2 weeks ago. One of our children was struck by a vehicle, injuring her ankle that needed surgery. She is doing much better. We are working with South Orange and Maplewood. We had a meeting with the mayors today to really develop a safety campaign around our walkers and also around our drivers. So you should be seeing some fruits of that labor over the next few weeks as we develop a safety campaign along with resources that we'll make available for our students and community. Okay. District goals. So just to give everyone some context around goals and the process, there's board goals, there's district goals, and then there's school goals as well. And there should be some continuity between those 3 bodies. I think this year we've done a nice job in regards to, thank you, Keith, in regards to developing that continuity and making sure everybody's goals really center around student achievement. So on our end, we will be adopting our district goals this meeting. We did adopt our board goals at September's meeting, which were developed during a working period for the board, which we had New Jersey school boards work and collaborate with us. And I thought the conversation and also the results of the work were quite good. So on our part from a district, we were really utilizing certain sources of of information. As I've noted to the board on multiple occasions, when I stepped into the district, these resources were sitting literally right on the desk in my office. You just heard from one of them, which was one of the special services audits. We also had a federal audit. We also utilized our 2023-24 SMART goals. We also utilized our long-range facility plan, also the Rutgers report, and also our CUSAC. We were able to get some information before the official results have been given. So we utilized all those sources as we developed our 2024-25 goals. I do want to note that really one of our priorities, and I believe the board's priorities, was making sure that our goals were data-driven. And I think one of our big pushes this year is to develop more sources of tangible data and also to be real intentional with decision-making that is based upon that data. There has been some inconsistency around data usage in the district for quite some time. We've made some, I think, some good moves in regards to such platforms as Linkit, that we can collect really essential data around student achievement on and share on a regular basis. I think another point I want to emphasize as we developed our goals was that we wanted to make sure it's a living document, right? That it wasn't static, that it was very nimble, and finally that it was also, we're going to be intentional around communication around those goals, and also the metrics to measure them. By intentionality, you're going to see myself mention and reference the goals at every board meeting during my superintendent's updates. We are working, obviously, as we mentioned before, on a new website, so district goals will play a prominent part on that website. And we also are really focusing in on understanding our role as stewards for not only the fiscal side of the house, but also the academic side of the house, and we're hoping these goals reflect that. And as noted, we want them to be extremely accessible, not only to community, but also to staff. Part of that work will be accessibility on the website, but also constant communications during the year around our goals. Finally, I think one of the main things that we discussed as a senior leadership team was the idea of creating a critical friends network amongst school districts and amongst administrators, amongst staff. Right now, we started that work with our district leaders, and then we will transition that work to the building levels. For me, and I think our SLT, if we need to define what a critical friends network is, I think it's really providing intentional time and structures to promote adult professional growth and really to look at our work from 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, and also having third parties look at our work. So I think really for the first time in a long time, School A will have School C looking at the work they're doing and really providing some critical friends network support in regards to things that are really working, the GLOWs, and then also giving suggestions around GROWs so those schools meet their goals. So I'm excited about that endeavor and moving forward, and I think district goals will play a very important part in that. I also, as I've shared with the board, and I think that's part of my 100-day plan, we really want to work on the idea of performance dashboards that change on a regular basis and are updated, and I think that'll be part of our new website launch. So I'm looking forward to that and sharing that with this group as well. So for us as a district, we decided really to work on certain codes that are be friendly as we share our goals out to the public. We used the color coding goal, work not started yet, planning stages, pilot or early implementation, full implementation and success metrics attained. And as we've discussed with the board and also our senior leadership team, some of these goals may not be attained at the end of this year, may need to carry over into year 2, and that's something we have to look at as we do work around meeting these metrics. I think our first goal, number one, is really our power goal, which we will prepare our students for college and career through the design of learning experiences that will prepare them to become the leaders, designers, problem solvers, and innovators. So from that major goal, we then drop down to our sub-goals. For example, 1.2, enhance preparation and access to Algebra 1 to establish a strong foundation for success in advanced high school and math courses. From our main goals to our sub-goals to our measurable outcomes, we believe this format will be extremely transparent for not only the board, but also our public. We will be updating at every board meeting around where we are with these goals. We also will be using Google surveys to get feedback from the community and especially our staff around the movement and steps we are taking to make and meet these goals. Goal number 2, we will nurture responsible, fulfilled, and successful global citizens through developing an awareness of their interconnectedness with the world and learning skills that can help them contribute to change. As I noted, and as you just heard Patrick Kenoy's audit presentation, you'll see things taken right out of that audit and placed in our goals to really emphasize our work and what needs to be improved this year. So examine current, 2.3, examine current affinity space opportunities for BIPOC and create more opportunities through expansion. Progress will be measured through focus groups with students. Carrie touched on this in her last 2 presentations. And then as we go to our metrics, you will see focus groups will be conducted at the high school and middle school levels regarding affinity groups. Data from the focus groups will be analyzed by June. We then go to our mid-year focus. 4 focus groups will be conducted by January 30th. So we're trying to drill down to really specific metrics as we move forward. Goal 3, we will align all operations, strategic staffing, accountability, and data-driven decision-making, resources, differentiated, and governance, policies, and procedures with a focus on climate culture to effectively meet the needs of staff, schools, and community. Example out of here is C32, partner with minority-serving institutions, build strategic partnerships with historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic-serving institutions, and other minority-serving institutions to recruit diverse candidates. We do have a 5-year human resources plan that will also be shared on our website throughout the year. And again, if we look at measurable outcomes, formal partnerships with 3 MSIs, and by mid-year, we'll have at least 1 formal partnership developed through an MOU. Goal 4, we will authentically engage families and community in supporting schools and students through community immersion, co-creation of solutions, recognition of different groups, community-based and beyond, appreciation of historical knowledge, and recognition of community efforts. To us, this is a very important goal because there is a need, and I think you've seen discussion at the board level. We've had these discussions with building leaders. We've had discussions with staff around really building relational trust again throughout the district, and we're hoping to do that through an increased transparency and also communication. Example 4.1, increase parent involvement in the math selection process as well as at-home strategy support math and achievement. At home as measured by participation in information sessions, parent seminars, and selection process. We've so far held multiple workshops, and we're also recording those workshops so parents can revisit on our website. We'll be putting out our year-long schedule by the end of October, so parents will have a good chart to see what professional development they would like to attend. 4.1, by the end of the school year, at least 50% of grade 5 and 8 parents will participate in at least 1 math selection information session or parent seminar, either in person or view the recording. By mid-year, at least 25% of parents will have participated in at least 1 math selection information session or parent seminar, either in person or by viewing the recording. We're stalled here, Keith. It's the last one? Oh, we have one more. That's it? Thank you, sir. As I noted, and one point I do want to stress is this is a living document. Having done this job for some 28 years, trying to predict what is going to happen in the next hour or within the next day is very difficult. However, on our end, and we've spoken about this publicly, we have a lot of work to do from a district perspective. A lot of that work is going to involve garnering stakeholder input, whether that's community conversations that we'll have with board members and myself, whether that's professional development, whether that's surveys. I do want to note that part of Patrick Kenoy's audit, which we posted on the website, also has a survey associated with it for questions and comments. So on our end, we have to do a lot of work around amplifying voices of our stakeholders, which also includes our students, to really ensure that we're continuing to build that trust, which is something that I think you're going to hear me repeat multiple times, but in my 90 some odd days here, I think that's a gap that we really need to address and can reduce significantly by the end of this year and going into 25, 26. Questions?
First, I just want to say thank you. I think these goals and kind of the work that you described going into them feels reflective of the process that we've all been a part of. I know the team has worked really intentionally to incorporate those suggestions, the findings, corrective action items from all of the various reports and audits to ensure that we are actually using those things to drive results. And so I know we had mentioned this had come up at the retreat, but not seeing it in this draft as we kind of move towards approaching approval here, I do want to reiterate that I do feel very strongly that we should include a column on the scorecard that directs stakeholders to the report or initiative of each goal or sub-goal that it supports.
From one of the audits.
Yeah,
Yep.
so if it's derived from the Rutgers Equity Report, if it's derived from the Special Education Audit, federal monitoring, I think that this would help build a shared understanding of how the sources are being utilized and informing our goals. And then it also supports that increased transparency that you're talking about while also helping the board lead with clarity and our capacity for providing oversight and accountability.
We can do that this week.
Yeah.
We'll put it on.
Great.
Also, and just to piggyback
Yeah.
On something Liz just said, part of this is also leaning into our strategic planning process, which is really a priority that the board has mentioned. So this year, we're really planning the strategic plan. And we'll start that work next year as we start meeting with groups to start garnering input. So to me, this is just really a toe in the water in regards to really getting deep into strategic planning for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, and then can I just add one more thing? Okay, great. I also just wanted to take a moment to thank you, Superintendent Bing, and also the senior leadership team, because as you read through the goals, we have prioritized a number of special education goals within our larger power goals. As you probably learned tonight, we could probably have built an additional goal just on the work that we have to do there, but I actually think, while it could have been its own separate goal, that integrating it into our overall goal sends a clear message that special education is not other, it's not separate, but it is an integral part of our continuum of services. And I think this really is reflective of our commitment to inclusion and ensuring that our students with diverse support needs are a meaningful part of this vision. And so I think that deserves to be recognized. So thank you.
Yeah, as I think Liz just noted, these are one of 1,000 goals that, we had to narrow down and really figure out what goals we can leverage the most that would have the most impact on students. Looking at whether it was the Rutgers report, whether it was our special education audits, our long-range facility plan, a big part of the work was just narrowing down goals and figuring out which ones we could leverage that would make the really biggest impact towards student achievement and also building that relational trust that we've been speaking about. I'll do that this week.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to the business administrator's update.
Okay. Thank you. Just some quick things. I've had the opportunity to visit some of your construction sites. So I took some time out yesterday to visit them with your Director of Facilities. It's always interesting seeing construction, especially over my career. I've probably done about $110 million worth of construction, so it's always interesting to see how things have changed over the years as to the approach. I've been attending your weekly meetings with your consultants for your construction, so I'm kind of in the loop with where they are on a weekly basis as they update. Your Director of Facilities, I'm attending those meetings. I'm not attending the meetings with the actual contractors. I'm leaving that for your Director of Facilities. This evening, I handed out a draft to the FF&T committee of a request to have a board secretary recap report so that the board, at the meeting, you get a recap. You already have the full report, but something that is more precise and understandable for the board to follow through on. You have, starting on Monday, the 23-24 annual fiscal report is starting. So that's going to be starting. I've been attending meetings, although virtually, for your federal audit follow-up meetings. They have some additional items that they've requested. I will work with the staff to try and accommodate as much as I can to follow up with that request. Mr. Bing has indicated the architects have scheduled meetings with your building principals to update the long-range facility plan. So those are all scheduled and ready to go. One thing that was brought to my attention was that at the meeting, the business administrator also gives a construction update. So I apologize, it's pretty lengthy, I'll go through it. Seth Boyden School, Epic Management closeout items will be addressed with the contractor. Architectural punch list reinspection was performed on October 3rd and 4th. It will be reissued at the next week with the final steps to close out this project. Tuscan School, Epic Management closeout items to be addressed with the contractor. Same thing, architectural punch list reinspection was performed on the 3rd and 4th and will be reissued in the next week with the final steps to close out that project. Marshall School, the boilers are operational. However, the control wiring work is being finalized. System programming to be completed. Existing electrical panel work to be completed during next school break, and architectural punch lists to be issued. Montrose School, the boilers are operational. However, the control wiring work is being finalized. Condenser pump to be installed. System programming to be completed. The punch list to be issued, and completing the privacy room mirror installation. Columbia High School, this one is pretty lengthy. B-wing above ceiling abatement in room B201, B203, B205, B207, B211, and B213 completed. Work on the rooms was completed as of 10/7/24. Media Center, new HVAC systems underway. Framing, sheetrock, and spackling all underway. Media Center electrical work of units is underway. B107 Science, casework completed. Nurses area completed. Common area floor patching and leveling completed. Paint underway as well as IT underway. Glass partitions completed. Exterior wood doors installed. Terrazzo work is underway to be followed by wood paneling and systems. New guidance completed. Auxiliary gyms A117 and A113 work is completed. Roofs, slate roof replacement are completed around the school. Roof coating underway. Mechanical curbs loaded, installed. A-wing abatement completed. A301, A302, A304, A306 science rooms work is underway. D-wing HVAC new science rooms work is underway. Mechanical systems completed. Ceilings in progress. Rooftop units and all other HVAC equipment to be loaded and installed in the roof was done already. Main gym ductwork completed. RTUs installed already. Boilers at D and B were started. Gas piping to all new equipment was completed. Preparation work for existing guidance abatement is underway. Inspections are underway as required. New ramp area entrance to media center completed. Need to install railing. Maplewood Middle School, boiler startup completed, repair steam leaks, installed CO and gas sensors and motorized louvers. Installed thermostatic valves at radiators throughout building, fire alarm system turned over, removing legacy field device. Startup of second floor of VUVs on hold until voltage resolution. Cutting grills and stacking first floor VUVs, wiring on hold, connecting piping and installing T-stats. PA IDF rack wiring completed. Next steps are testing and debugging, tentatively scheduled to begin on the 22nd of October. Continue work in the all-gender restroom on the second floor, privacy room on the first floor, and office 277. Auditorium air handling units ducting still underway. Prepping for auditorium abatement work, markouts, electrical, and clearing out space. Building automation system wiring to field equipment continues. Front-end location selected, custodial office. Continue to paint gas lines serving rooftop equipment. Roof repairs of wet spots scheduled for weekend. Coating will be performed simultaneously as temperatures must be 40 degrees Fahrenheit and rising. Dry wells for condensation completed. Continue addressing door punch lists. South Orange Middle School electrical service, Bennett, set the exterior switchboard on pad Thursday, the 3rd of October. Next step is to run the new conduit second shift. South Orange Middle School contract has been awarded to Paul Auto Builders. Equipment submittals are underway on Viewpoint. South Orange Village Zoning Department requires that this project apply for a zoning permit. This has been completed and approved. The contractor can now apply for the building permit. The project is scheduled to be completed for the start of the school year 2025. I received this late this afternoon, so I will make sure that it is forwarded to all the board members so that you have it for your reference for the future. Any questions on everything? I know I went through that quite quickly. So
Could you go over that again?
I will if I'll start at the bottom and work the opposite way then.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next is the board president's update. All right, let me just find documents, sorry. Good evening. Tonight, the district presented two major updates regarding our school district. First, the administration shared its findings from a special education audit. This audit aimed to provide the South Orange Maplewood School District with an impartial assessment of its special education services and related areas. The audit covered a review of special education policies and procedures with a focus on compliance issues, an examination of child study team records, along with surveys from parents, teachers, and administrators regarding special services. It also reviewed the efficiency of paraprofessionals and offered recommendations for improving special services in the district. Some of the findings align with those from a federal audit, highlighting the urgent need to improve services for our students. However, it is encouraging to note that some of these issues are already being addressed, though the work must continue. The school board, in collaboration with Mr. Bing and Dr. Gesamaria, fully supports the department's ongoing efforts. To ensure proper oversight, the board recently elevated the Special Committee on Special Services to a standing committee, bringing it to the same level as the Committee for Policy, Curriculum and Instruction, Personnel, and Finance, Facilities, and Technology. This decision underscores the board's commitment to ensuring that special education receives the attention it deserves, especially when around 20% of students are classified. The audit is part of a broader initiative that will soon examine the financial aspects of special services, including litigation, out-of-district placements, and the use of paraprofessionals in the district. Additionally, we also presented the district goals. As discussed in August, these goals focused on 4 key areas that will guide the district's agenda for the year. 1, we have enhancing academic and career preparation. 2, fostering global citizenship and social interactions. 3, aligning district operations to create an inclusive environment. And 4, engaging stakeholders to ensure student success. Today, we introduced sub-goals to support these 4 areas. The board and the superintendent collaborated on refining these goals to strengthen them further. While district goals are set annually, they are part of a long-term strategic plan to build a lasting vision for the school district. The board has also committed to its own goals that will provide board members training to better support these district goals. We look forward to continuing this important work together as we move forward. Next, we have the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Now we have our hearing of individuals and delegations. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. And our first, it will be with Kelly Quirk.
Do I have to press something? No. Okay. So I'm Kelly Quirk. I'm a Maplewood resident. I'm a very proud mama of 3 kids in the school district, 2 at Seth Boyden, and 1 very proud Seth Boyden alum who started their middle school journey this year at MMS. And I want to shout out the iStep team because my kid would not be able to go to school every day without those services. So I really appreciate you guys being willing to do an audit and to be self-reflective. I get that this is a compliance audit, but some of the messaging that came across from the consultant tonight was a little flippant to the parents who heard a lot about how we can save money. And what I want to do is my kid to go to school and get an education. So I also work in social services, where we have a long, long history of deinstitutionalization that was never met with the services on the lower strategy side, right? So we take all the restrictive services away because we think that that's too restrictive. I'm not saying that that's not true, but then we don't invest on the other side. So we don't invest appropriately in training the general education teachers, which is what your consultant suggested. We don't invest appropriately in setting up systems that are objectively used to determine who gets paras and not, right? We say we're going to do it, and we kind of half, butt it, so to speak. And I say that not because no one has bad intentions, but that traditionally has happened time and time and time again, right? And so to sit here and hear someone talk about wanting to bring out-of-district students back in, which would be great, right? This is our home. I don't want my student out of district, right? But there's a lot of, to your point, Superintendent Ping, a lot of trust that has been lost, and a lot of feeling that the communication strategies hasn't worked, and there's a disconnect sometimes. And so if we could focus on that before we focus on the cost of paras, supporting kids, if we could focus on getting IEP goals that are SMART goals. I agree with the audit, right? Like, you need SMART goals. We need things that are like actionable and realistic, right? So if you have a kid who needs extra time, my kid needs extra time, it's okay to put in there he needs an extra 45 minutes for certain assignments. He needs an extra whatever. It can be specific. But I caution when we look at this is how do we get the rest of the general education community up to speed, because I've certainly had teachers, well-meaning, in back-to-school night, tell a whole group of parents that they are not special education teachers. And so I don't necessarily trust that going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, that's all for public speaks. So next we'll do our committee reports. Yes, there are no committee members online to speak. All right. Okay, now we'll move on to committee reports.
Thank you. Okay, the Special Services Committee met on October 8th. We began at 6:30 and adjourned at 9:02. Myself, Board Member Myers, Superintendent Bing, and Dr. Jessa Maria were all in attendance. Prior to the meeting on October 2nd, a meeting reminder and a request for any questions with a link to our internal tracker was sent to the full board. And after the meeting on October 10th, notes were sent to the full board for review ahead of tonight. We started our meeting with Kelly Mortimer, the Communications Officer of CPAC, who began with bringing us some insights. They shared that they are happy that for the first time in over a year, the administration for the Special Services Department has been fully staffed. I'm going to take a moment to just share that we do share in that excitement, and as a point of clarity for the community, we are fully staffed at the administrative level only, as there are still vacancies for the school-based education, special education roles. During this time, we discussed several topics, a forthcoming letter to introduce those new members of the department and their responsibilities, as well as some improvements to our district website around special services information. We also discussed a portion of the district profile that did address the establishment of paraprofessional criteria and the district's commitment to providing adequate support for students based on individualized needs, while also prioritizing student independence. After CPAC joined us, we turned the conversation to discuss paraprofessionals a bit more. The district shared a summary of a meeting that they held with ESS, the company who provides our paraprofessionals. The meeting was insightful and productive, and key takeaways included that ESS offers more than paraprofessional support, which may be helpful to us and suit our needs. We've improved security access, so they have granted the district personnel platform access to track building staff, which improves our security, and also discussed paraprofessional training that they offer from ESS, and then we also offer on our end in terms of Handle with Care and allergy awareness. Next, we discussed current internal work on paraprofessionals, which includes examining and reviewing those assigned via a Section 504 with plans to create a district-wide SOP to improve clarity in this area, as well as paraprofessional determination and fading. Leadership team is currently discussing audit findings with our child study teams, developing criteria, and then we'll engage parents to monitor the progress and determine fading needs over time. We turn the conversation to transportation. The district reports that all IEP required transportation aids have been requested and provided. Any aid absences are immediately addressed with the transportation department. The SLT is coordinating with the Essex Joiner to prevent future issues there. As Superintendent Bing mentioned earlier, there is a Seth Boyden bus that is continuing to have some issues, but has received some nice responses from our transportation department. This continues to be on their radar to resolve any outstanding issues. Personnel data was briefly reviewed, but Board Member Eckert and myself are collaborating to try and establish a more consistent data sharing schedule between our committees, just based on the way that they are scheduled throughout the month, to make sure that the Special Services Committee has access to the most up-to-date personnel information for our monthly reviews. Next, we discussed and reviewed the slide deck that you saw in tonight's presentation, and then discussed also an upcoming presentation where Superintendent Bing and Ms. Jessa Maria will present that will kind of complete our special services profile. It'll incorporate insights from the federal monitoring as well as ones that you heard about tonight to demonstrate how these elements can come together to form a clear roadmap for the department's goals and aligning them with the district-wide goals and objectives, sharing their vision for the future of the department. We received updates next on home instruction and pull-out replacement services. At this point, all students who require home instruction should be receiving it. In acknowledgement of the issues surrounding the implementation of that, Special Services is focused on developing an SOP with an anticipated completion date of January 2025. Solutions have been and continue to be put in place to address the issue of students receiving less POR support than is mandated in their IEPs, and communication is ongoing. Goals and wins. We discussed, now that we have district and board goals and those have been finalized or soon to be approved, our special services profile has been absorbed by our new leadership team, and we plan to align our committee goals and finalize those accordingly so that the things that we're monitoring in committee, as was referenced earlier, there is kind of a cascade effect of our district, board, and then committee goals in terms of how we're providing oversight and monitoring that feels aligned. Our next meeting will be on November 11th at 6:30. I'm going to open the floor for questions at this time. Okay. Thank you.
The Personnel Committee met on Monday, October 14th at 3 p.m. In attendance were board members Deval Wilson, Badlamani, and myself, and Mr. Adedoyan, Ms. Durant, and Mr. Bing from the district. The public-facing meeting minutes are posted on the website, but just a few highlights from our meeting. We discussed, in terms of vacancies, regarding the business administrator. The district interviewed more candidates after unsuccessfully finding a candidate in previous rounds. There is one candidate that has emerged to move into the second round. As of Friday, October 11th, there are currently 27 vacancies to be filled, 10 within the special education department, and 14 leave replacement positions to be filled, 6 within the special education department. Now that the committee has reviewed the monthly report, I'll be distributing that to the full board after this meeting or first thing tomorrow morning. Mr. Adedoyan gave an update on the 5-year diversity workforce plan. They are still targeting to launch the survey to teaching staff members in November before Thanksgiving break. So it's a little, they pushed it back a little bit, but we're still within the Q2 timeline. So we're still on target. Just a quick update, the Director of Guidance role, Dr. Gilbert unfortunately was not able to attend the meeting, but he has been working on a job description for the role that he has reimagined. There will be an intentionality around wellness for both students and staff. And while the role will support scheduling, the core scheduling responsibility will fall under the principal with support from other staff members. So it'll be a team approach that will include more cross-training and use of Power Scheduler. I did ask that more information be provided around the research, including other districts that have reimagined this role when the committee reviews the job description at the next meeting. And then we talked a lot about confidential personnel matters, but the rest of the public-facing meetings minutes can be found online. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, so I will share some high-level notes from the Essex County and NJSBA meeting. On October 10, Board Member Will Meyer and I attended the meeting. There was a featured speaker to discuss best practices with your board attorney. Hey, Casey, you're new. And the East Orange Superintendent and Board Attorney were present to give this presentation. So there were a lot of questions about best practices for communicating between the lawyer, the superintendent, and the board, because common practice is for the board president to be the only or main contact to their counsel. So just some high-level advice that the board attorney shared, which was, when members are able to ask questions to their attorney directly, it can help board members serve better and more efficiently and can clear up ambiguities. She suggested creating a chain of command and getting board members to vote on this via policy when it comes to the structure and chain of command with speaking with your board attorney. Retreats is a good time to have these discussions. They can be discussed year over year once a new board forms, and you can always modify it. She had one interesting thing. She said in her district, the lawyer attends committee meetings. Many don't do this, but she said that when lawyers are attending the committee meetings, that's where all the action happens. If a lawyer isn't in the think tank stage, he or she doesn't know the issues deeply, so they should be there. And there have been times when lawyers may not be as involved, and before a meeting, things have to get pulled. And so this is just a way to reduce risk for districts. And to this person's point, 1 hour of a committee meeting is less than 10 hours of dealing with legal issues, although I know our committee meetings last longer than an hour. question came up on social media, and she mentioned that that's best to consult with your board attorney directly, but it's always been a hot topic. You know, what can you do on social media, and what's the balance of what is appropriate or not? One thing that she did leave us with was it's hard to be an activist and a board member. Residents can be activists, but the board role is legislator. One good question that came from the meeting was reducing litigation. And so she shared, does your district have a multi-pronged approach where you could implement new policies, practices, or administrative reviews with the superintendent? Lawsuits can tell you patterns with the same departments, people, or issues. It also speaks to employee morale. Places where people are happy don't have a lot of workers' comp and lawsuits, so something to also consider. And then lastly, there's a new NJSBA website, which you may or may not have seen. They are very excited about it. And there are multiple volunteer opportunities available on the site if you want to add more things to your to-do list. Thank you. Oh, and the next meeting is Thursday, December 12th, and it will be at Newark Vocational High School, and the topic is on AI. So I will definitely be making that.
I was not present for the last FFT meeting, and Board Member Meyer, thankfully, he led the meeting, so he'll read out the minutes.
Thank you. Board Member Callahan and I co-led the meeting. It was a very communal kind of situation. So Board Member Callahan and myself were at the FFT meeting on October 9th, along with Superintendent Bing, BA Mr. DeAndrea, Mr. Bonds, Mr. Giglio, and Mr. Valles. Board Members Badlamani and Telesford were, of course, otherwise occupied at this dais at that time. As always, go on to the website to look at the full minutes. It was an extensive meeting, but I'll hit some of the very high-level topics. We discussed the status of facilities, going through the terrific lengthy plan of facilities updates that have happened recently, as were mentioned in the BA update. 4 issues that came up recently. There was a sewage leak issue at the Marshall School, a sewage leak issue at Maplewood Middle School, both of which had to be addressed very quickly and led to a discussion about how we handle purchases that have to take place on very short notices for an emergency situation. We also talked about plans for drainage improvements that have been a perennial issue at Seth Boyden on the lower level. We're voting on a contract for an architect to start a plan for addressing those issues tonight. And we addressed an issue with the gym floor at Delia Bolden, which has been buckling, and looking at opportunities for small fixes versus large fixes in that setting. We discussed the CHS stage and the importance of getting that back online as quickly as possible, what the reality is of that, and what we discussed was largely echoing and mirroring the letter that went out to the community recently. So everyone has seen that. We did discuss the district's ongoing process right now of identifying sites for us to use in the place of the CHS stage until it can be brought back online, looking both at community settings as well as our other district sites, and acknowledging as part of that that we have a real issue with most of our stages. Seth Boyden has very recently been renovated, and it's a terrific space, but there's only so many things that it can accommodate, and it's a different size, of course, from Columbia. And we reiterated that as part of this current LRFP that's being developed, we need to make sure that all those stages are being looked at and brought into the process so we know how much it will cost to fix all of them, and then consider, is this something that should be presented perhaps with other urgent issues for consideration of a bond. So that is ongoing. We did some discussion on budget forecasting, things that we're seeing on the horizon, and we'll certainly talk more about that in the next couple months, but we identified certain areas where additional focus would be necessary and making plans for how the budget process is going to work, which dovetailed into the presentation that the superintendent made of the materials that were sent around to the board earlier this month regarding our plan for budget development this year, starting more or less right now, and rolling information out to the board as quickly as it possibly can, in addition to bringing in community members. and we discussed the process of developing a budget advisory committee that's going to bring in folks from the community with budget knowledge and experience, but from different stripes of the community to have a discussion of what our priorities are, and that will be brought together and developed shortly. We also discussed transportation. We now have a full-time coordinator, Chris Jordan, from Essex Regional, who is our point person for all transportation issues. We had a report on the status of our bus issues, the majority of which have been resolved from earlier in the year. The two main issues, bus 164 and 167, which we are working on, the district is working on dividing into two buses, which they had been previously. However, it does take some time to actually get those bids out, have them returned, actually have the equipment, et cetera. So those are ongoing. We discussed the Stop Finder app, the geofencing segment of which is being rolled out over the next month. So you can actually look at the app and get real-time information about your kid's bus. We discussed the status of the business office. Right now, of course, we have an interim BA, which has been terrific. This was our first meeting with Mr. DeAndrea. He is currently giving us 24 hours a week. And so there is a limitation to how much extra capacity they have to get projects done. And we don't have an assistant BA on yet. We're going to have them on soon, and we're going to be growing that office's capacity, but we are right now still operating with very limited capacity. And there's a lot of great stuff getting done, notwithstanding that. We discussed briefly the question of invoices that the district pays out that are under the $44,000 bid threshold and how those are handled by the district. And the discussion largely focused around the need for, again, an SOP, developing an actual standardized plan so that every invoice is handled the same way every time. There is a purchasing manual that has been distributed based upon a state standard manual that once we finish the draft and adopting it to our use can be relied on to make sure that we are following the same procedure every time, which will be, I think, a real gain for everyone. We looked at 3 policies for review. Policy 6220, budget preparation. The district SLT is considering what changes they believe would be appropriate for our policy to reflect some of the new structures and guardrails we're putting on the budget creation process. We're going to pick that discussion back up at our next FFT meeting. Policy 8420, emergency and crisis situations. We've sent that back to the policy committee to look at with some local additions with regard to how our emergency security drills work. And policy 8467 on weapons, we are adopting the updated Strauss-Esme language. That was sent to policy, which is now on the docket for first read tonight. Any questions? Yes.
Not necessarily a question, but actually just a reminder. I'm looking at you, Arun, because we have talked in the past about a stipend position for like a stage manager. And as you talked about all the upgrades that are going to be necessary for all of that, we should just keep that on our radar.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, I strongly support that. I mean, we're spending so much money on this. I mean, we will be spending so much money on the stages. It makes no sense to spend like $5 million and have nobody responsible for it.
And there is an opportunity for that position to pay for itself as well. We've discussed that a couple times, so, yeah.
Oh, there it is. One quick follow-up. Superintendent, I guess this is more for you, Superintendent Bing, if that's okay. With regard to some of the updates that we're considering in terms of creating a community advisory and a more participatory budget, do you have a sense of, like, from a timeline perspective, when we can expect presentation and some of that moving forward?
Yeah, in the Budget Advisory Committee packet I sent the board, I outlined a timeline. It's tight, but yeah, I think we can get it in, so I can present that at the next meeting when, yeah.
One final comment. This is about it going back to the stages, right? The auditoriums that we have, we need to fix obviously, we are doing the CHS rigging right now. We have the CHS lighting coming up next. We have the South Orange Middle School stage to be done, as well as MMS. So it is my hope that we can fix all of these using our current budget as opposed to punting it down the line and putting into a long-range facilities plan that may or may not happen for the next 5 years. Again, that's my hope. I mean, I'm not saying that is necessarily the best way or the most efficient way to do it, but using current budget to plan out our capital fixes or maintenance, or, how we want to see it, is probably the best way to handle it.
All right, if no other questions, go ahead.
This is probably for administration. I think the capital maintenance plan is supposed to get approved September, October. So did we just?
Just, thank you, Caitlin. I had a question on the long-range facility plan. So just looking at the paperwork, the fifth year is 24, 25, but if you're taking consideration the pandemic year, are you then bumping that out to 25, 26? So that's my question for the board.
I think we had the understanding that you're required to do one every 5 years. So from 2019, it would go to here. I don't know if there was an exception for the pandemic year or not.
I'll do some
research. It's above my pay grade. All right, if no more questions on FFT, I'm going to go ahead and put my policy hat on and my governance hat on top of that. We held our meeting on October 1st, and in attendance for myself, board members Sackett, Gable, and Whitletter, as well as Superintendent Bing, Ms. Jessamaria, and we also were very pleased to have, for the beginning of the meeting, our student representatives, Glassman and Nesson. They noted, I think this was perhaps the first committee meeting that they'd gotten to go to, and this is a practice that I think the board has not had for a while, but we were really pleased to invite them to come to the meeting, both as sort of testing the waters to see what opportunities there are to include board members, student representatives in some committee meeting discussions, but also especially for this one because we wanted to focus on one of the board goals that we had passed at the last meeting, specifically the consideration of creating a board goal, consideration of creating a student and family focused committee. It was really important, we thought, to make sure that we actually had a representation from our student reps in talking about their experience in working both with our board and with the district. And they shared a lot of very helpful information with us about their thoughts about how the dynamic is working on the board and information they would like to have and share to be fuller members, and also talking about the scope of what areas that we thought the committee could focus on in a way that would bring in thoughts from the student body, from parents, et cetera. Certain areas that we thought could be useful would be student transportation, suspensions, code of conduct, HIB, placements, threat assessment, student mental health resources, student group, athletics, music and arts, family communications and outreach, school security, guidance counseling, and of course, core instruction. So they're going to be long meetings. And it was a really productive discussion, and I look forward to finding new opportunities to engage them going forward. We have 3 policies for second read that were put forward for tonight. 5337 for service animals, 5350 student suicide prevention, and 5610 suspension. For first read this evening, we have policy 2200, curriculum content, and policy 5751, sexual harassment of students. Curriculum content was reviewed a few times by the C&I committee and was approved after determining what, if any, language from our prior version of the policy should remain. And so we figured that out. 5751, we've been discussing this for a while. We have a policy right now that has very extensive, very detailed descriptions of sexual harassment procedures in a way that is more or less mirroring the state of the law right now, but perhaps not entirely. And more to the point, we should not be hemming ourselves in by having all of the actual required language in the policy. So we are adopting the Strauss SMA version that has the broad outlines of the requirement, and the district will then be adopting Regulation 5751, which has all of the most recent requirements for implementing, I believe it's Title IX. We also discussed a number of different carryover pieces from our prior budgets, from our prior meetings, including the annual agenda that the board maintains, and reliance. We think it makes most sense to rely on the very detailed district agenda that is maintained, with modifications as we need to for additional board items, as well as looking at our best practice recommendations for board meeting. We have the survey that has been out. We're expecting the results to come back. We're going to review that in our next committee meeting to discuss what things we could do to make sure that our meetings are most effectively meeting our needs, time-wise, content-wise, et cetera. And that was about it. For everything else, of course, go look at the website. Any questions?
Not exactly a question. It's not a question. But I just wanted to thank you for really making the effort to bring in our student board representatives, because I know that, you know, several of us have discussed that in the past, and it was great to have their input and participation in the meeting. So I look forward to seeing what comes out of that going forward.
Agreed.
Apologize. Just to follow up, we did discuss at the committee meeting about the board secretary's report being public, and you wanted to bring that to the full board's discussion?
Sure. Going back to the FFT meeting, there was a discussion that I don't know if we want to have in full this evening or chew it over, but we were discussing during the meeting the practice that our monthly board secretary report and treasurer's reports are posted for our review. They are technically public records. When they're OPRA, we provide them. Many other districts do provide them initially for public purposes, but we currently do not. And so, you know, I think at the same time as we would love to look at having our business administrator give an update overall to during the board meeting of here's essentially where a snapshot of where our finances are this month, whether we want to be actively distributing those, which may overlap with the redesign of the website. I don't know. So we can have any discussion on that or to table it for a subsequent meeting.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion about this in our agenda setting meeting, and we were going to wait until we have those two documents in sync, but we wanted to present those documents.
Great. And I think just for public clarity, can you explain the two documents in sync?
So you can, yes.
What it is you have your board secretary's report and your treasurer's report. You have a confirmation of your treasurer's report that the cash balances that are represented in your board secretary report are in agreement. Currently, the practice of the district is you're issuing your board secretary's report, and then at a subsequent meeting, you're approving your treasurer's report. In your meeting, you have a memo saying that this is a draft and it will be approved at a later point in time. It's not a practice that I've been accustomed to. I generally like to present both because one coincides with the other. So that's part of the goal of trying to work together. As Mr. Bing said, bringing certain things that have been different practices that both he and I have experienced to try and bring some of those here. And one of them was this evening, your resolution actually reads, it's saying a professional service is being awarded and why it's exempt from the practices of having an RFP or anything. So we are working together to make some of those small changes so that things are more open and more transparent and a better understanding of what's going on. So we will work together to continue to do that.
Okay, so on to the Curriculum and Instruction Committee for October. Prior to our meeting, I sent out a reminder and a link to a question tracker just in advance, and we met on October 7th at 6:30 p.m. Board member Deval Wilson and I were in attendance as well from the board, as well as all of the district members, district staff members. We started out by reviewing the 3 district goal categories that directly tie to C&I, numbers 1, 2, and 4. And in the spirit of alignment, we discussed using these goals to then drive our committee oversight throughout the school year, throughout the year. So each month we will focus on 2 to 3 relevant sub-items based on the district's progress, and we'll be sure to cover all of the goals over the course of the year. And of course, we can have updates on other goals as needed, but we'll devote a significant portion of our meetings on 2 or 3 of those items. We discussed the reimagined guidance position, as Board Member Eckert mentioned already, and I'll just add a bit more based on our discussion in C&I around the details of the position. We got a little, we were reminded of the history of bringing this to light. And last spring, Dr. Gilbert said there were positions that he would like to bring back after the RIF if possible, and 2 positions have been brought back already, and now with the funds received from the state, the district proposes that we bring back this 3rd position, but reimagine it. He shared that they had researched how other districts structure this position, and they all have it as a district role. We discussed the role of the person in this supervisor of guidance, counseling, and student well-being for K-12, and how the duties of the previous director of guidance will be absorbed by the lead counselors and this new position. In addition, there will be a mental health component. The new supervisor would oversee all of our mental health personnel, for example, non-child study team social workers and counselors, and support the mental health of our students and adults. There will be an added focus on supporting marginalized students across schools as well. Admin shared that serious mental health challenges students experience require someone with this expertise to support building level admin during crises. And we talked about how the position will come under Access and Equity and under the Access and Equity Department, and will provide support for INRS. Funding will come from part of the $250,000 that Dr. Gilbert lobbied for us to receive from the state, with the understanding that there must be a focus on access and equity, and that next year we would need to absorb this salary into our district budget. We moved on to a few items that are specific to Columbia High School. We discussed the revision to the special dance curriculum, the new lead counselors. Congrats to Marcia Hicks and Danielle Mooney Chavez for stepping in to the lead counselor roles. They have officially started and are leading the department. They've met multiple times with senior leadership to discuss their needs. One of the lead counselors is focused on the programming pieces and interns, while the other is focused on supporting academics, getting senior transcripts out to colleges, et cetera. They're also working with the IT department to clean up course selection in Power School, which is already laying the groundwork for next year's scheduling process. We also heard that the district has not received any recent reports of teachers refusing to write college recommendation letters, which is excellent news for our seniors. Regarding the budget, most of the C&I funds have already been spent down, which is typical for curriculum and instruction at this point of the school year. Dr. Gilbert, regarding the scheduling consultant, Dr. Gilbert and Mr. Bing will be meeting with that consultant next week. I think you said next week, Mr. Bing? Yeah, to discuss the scheduling work completed. We discuss items that are up for Board of Ed approval tonight. There are a couple of fine arts curriculum pieces, Dance 1 and Dance 2, the policies that Board Member Meyer referenced for first and second read, and finally, in new business, we reviewed the question tracker for any outstanding items from the board. Did an arts webinar from NJSBA that some of us were able to attend or watch. And it was interesting, we were actually used as an example in that presentation. That's random. We talked about the MTSS curriculum night coming up on October 24th at Seth Boyden. The HIB parent night was already held on October 9th, it was after our meeting. And we discussed the district wins for the month because there's a lot of good happening in this district, and it was refreshing to be able to just share that out and to continue that that new tradition at the end of our CNI meetings. So some of them were that the first curriculum night on magnetic reading was well received with over 100 attendees, and feedback data will be shared with the committee. And the recording will be on the district website soon. The parent seed flyer went out last week, and there were already, at the time of our meeting, 11 people signed up for the sessions, and which is big because they have to commit to a series of Wednesdays. Board Member Deval Wilson gave a shout out to Dr. Gilbert for setting the bar high, for being present in the school buildings as acting superintendent, and to Mr. Bing for continuing that. And as an added win, I'd like to add the high school back to school night. There was a buzz of parents expressing how impressed they were by the teachers, counselors, administration throughout the evening. I experienced this as a parent ×2 at the high school as well, and I really I thank the high school staff for their passion, for their content, and their dedication to our students. And our next meeting will be held on November 14th. And any questions, anything I missed from my committee colleagues?
So during the back-to-school night, did you end up going to the clock tower, the world-famous clock tower, and seeing how good, nice it looks from there?
Yes, and the Northern Lights were visible that night, too. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, if I can just jump in, I wanted to just augment my report very, very briefly by noting that there are 3 policies that are on for first read that were not noted as such in the minutes because they got to that point after the committee meeting. We're also looking at policy 8467 today, firearms and weapons, which was outstanding pending review from Mr. Valles to make sure that it aligned with our local procedures and accommodated our need to report to law enforcement when a weapon is found, as well as policies 3160 and 4160 regarding physical examination of our teachers and staff, which was pending review between our HR and folks at ASCA and SEMEA, making sure that they didn't have any concerns with this policy. So the feedback came back, no changes, and so those are also on the docket for tonight. Thanks.
All right, we'll move on to the action portion of our meeting.
Through 4681.
I'd like to make a motion to sever 4681.
All right, I am becoming brain dead. Mr. Telford moved it. Did you move it or is someone else's move?
No, you just have to sever, that's all. Yeah, request to sever, yeah. No, there's no need to second or anything. Yeah.
I apologize. It's late and I'm losing track of where
We're just severing 4681, so that's just a request to sever, so there's no second or vote on that.
Okay, so we're going to do 4672 through 4680. and then 461 separately.
Yep.
You got it. So I have a motion for 4672 through 4680.
Yeah.
Mr. Myers? And second. Look that way. And Ms. Gable. I apologize. Roll call? Or any discussion first, apology.
I'd like to shout out and point out to 4675H, where we are authorizing insurance coverage for district clubs and parent organizations. And in this particular case, we're actually including the CHS Athletic Hall of Fame and the CHS Athletic Hall of Fame Committee. So that's what traditionally what we do is there are many PTA and clubs that we bring under the umbrella of the district insurance. And, and it's not an exact science because there is no comprehensive list and sometimes it gets left out. So I'm glad we're pulling these in. Just wanted to highlight that we're doing that.
Roll call?
Yep, roll call.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board President Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
And Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a motion to approve 4681.
I'd like to make a motion to modify the language. And should I just read off how we're going to modify the language? So I want to modify the language to say, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the following district goals for the 2024-2025 school year as presented and as augmented by the document of sub-goals, measurable outcomes, and mid-year targets that has been created by the district.
It will be noted in the final minutes.
All right.
I apologize, I'm trying to keep track of all the names. Yes, second. Okay. Any discussion?
Would you like to explain what we're changing?
I'm happy to explain what we're changing. I sent this out earlier. The version of the resolution 4681 that appears on school boards right now approves the 4 top-level goals that the administration and board together created. However, it is important for us to document the full array of, number one, incredible work that the district and board together have done, but also recognize that not just these 4 top-level goals, which are sort of guiding principles, but also the very measurable, data-driven and aligned sub-goals are a part of the official goal that we are voting on tonight. So with this amendment, this document becomes part of the resolution and part of the board, the district goals.
All right, I guess we go to roll call.
Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board President Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford. I'm sorry, he left the meeting. Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
And Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, now we move on to our second hearing of individuals and delegations. Do we have any new signups? Just
don't believe.
Anyone here? No. I'll just assume no then. Yes. All right, now we'll move on to new business. The Board of Education, or anyone have any new business? All right, I guess everyone wants to go home. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, at 6:30 PM in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of the public session, the board will move to go into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters with the attorney-client privilege, legal negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be at 7:30 PM in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. In person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps which will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received from the local DOH and CDC. Action will be taken. With that, I'd like to make a motion to close the meeting. All in favor? Second, okay. Thank you, Board Member Valimani. And we'll be closing at 10:48 PM. Thanks.